Thanks everybody for joining today. I know we've got a pretty full agenda, but I'd like to convene the regular tribal council meeting of Wednesday, June 23rd. I have 10:06 a.m. Secretary, could you please conduct the
Thanks
roll
everybody
call?
for
Thank you.
Don Gentry,
Here.
Roberta Frost is here, Clay Dumont,
here.
Willa Powless,
Here.
Ellsworth Lang,
Here.
Jesse Hikopka,
Here.
Jeannie McNair,
Here.
Rose Treetop,
Here.
Vice Chair Gail Hatcher should be in around 2:30. She's attending a ACF TAC meeting, and Treasurer is out on leave.
Great. So we have a quorum established. Member Treetop, would you honor us and provide an invocation for the meeting today? Thank you.
Okay, I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Father, for today. Father, we ask you to bless us. Everything that we put our hands to and everywhere our feet take us, Father, we are on a calling from you. Father, we ask you to forgive us for anything that we may have said, done, thought, felt, heard, believed, or saw, Father, that was contrary to your word, and we ask for your forgiveness. Father, bless this meeting today and bless all the members that are present and all the families that are represented here. Father, we ask you to bless all the general council members that are in attendance today that will be attending later on. Father, we ask you to bless every household, bless every family that's going through hard times and meet all of the needs, Father, that they have. Father, we worship you and we praise you for healing our sick, comforting all our members and all around our communities who have lost loved ones. Father, bless them and heal them and comfort them and meet all of their needs. Father, we worship you today and we thank you for a new day. Father, we ask you to strengthen us and give us the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of what our people need and what our families need in all of our communities. Father, I worship you and I praise you and I give you all the glory today in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Rose. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Now, the agenda, is there a needed change or additions, Secretary?
Yes, there are a few changes and then a few requests of council, and I take responsibility for not getting a couple of items on the agenda. And so it would be up to council whether or not they want to add those. But the changes that were requested were to move up item 15
Okay,
up to directly after lunch.
at 1 p.m. then? Okay,
Yeah, or whatever time lunch is, and if that's 1 p.m., that's fine.
okay.
Also, item 14, if we could squeeze that in someplace in the morning, it's just the one enrollment resolution that was tabled at the last meeting. So it would be a short item.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
Maybe would it work to make that item 4 and move the filmmaker documentary? Oh, that's long as they're at 11:45. So
Yeah.
I guess we could look at the time, be flexible there. Folks are willing to do that.
Okay, and then the two items that I need to ask for permission to add would be the ODOJ joint application. That is from Social Services Department. And then also the KRRC and Pacific Core Agreement.
So the joint application that came through email, right, this morning that we could take a look at, and if council members were comfortable with that. I know we have a kind of a long afternoon, it looks like. So what are the wishes of the council? Would you like to add that? And I'm sure Ariel could walk us through. And if so, where would be appropriate time? Yeah, if we try to move forward as quickly as possibly through the morning, let's try to see if we can fit it in. I know she's here in the office and that would work, likely. If, yes,
I'm wondering if there's a severe time constraint on that one. I know Ariel is usually pretty comprehensive in what she submits, so I'm guessing
Yes.
it's a pretty long read.
hmm
Which doesn't mean that I have to vote on it. I could abstain if I don't find
Sure.
to look at it before it happens, but be interested to know if it's something that's time critical or if it could be put off until the next council meeting.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how we'd find that out. There's nothing in the email that indicates when the deadline is. Is that correct, Secretary?
On the application itself, it says 6/21/21 within 8 business days. So that's the date due to the funding agency. So I'm not sure whether that means 6/29/21, which we would not be able to vote on it as a, unless we did a poll vote.
Yeah.
We could have her present and then do a poll vote, but I don't know how. And I don't see.
Chairman, nobody on the live feed can hear except for yourself. So they're asked if you could turn up your mics.
I'll talk closer to the microphone. I don't. think-
You're good. Actually, I can hear you now. They may be able to hear you, but everyone else except for Don and Willa, they can't hear. So
You can't hear me, is that correct?
no, they can hear you and they can hear Willa pretty well.
Okay. Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, for folks who didn't hear, I was just asking if the social services item was a time sensitive one or not. And it looks like Jana has an answer.
Yes, Jana, if you could provide a comment, appreciate. Oh, Jana's here.
Chairman, I'm going to agree with Clay. If they're not time sensitive and can be looked at the next meeting or in a work session, as I'm looking at the agenda, there's potentially, depending on council reports, 25, 30 items on the agenda. That's a 7 o'clock this evening meeting, I would assume.
Yeah. Jana has a response, can frame this for us in regards to a timeline.
Good morning, Council. Ariel's grant.
You're real quiet, I believe. Is that microphone working?
Hello. Ariel's grant can wait until July. Still can wait?
It's not very loud though, if it's on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Maybe a little better.
Okay, well, Ariel's grant can wait until July 9th to be
Oh, okay.
presented.
Great. So we'll put that on for July 9th then.
And I'm not sure on Perry's, did he get a hold of you? He had told Jennifer that Mandy is sick and he is doing something else, so I'm not sure. Jennifer said he had to talk to you, Roberta. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, he may have tried to reach out to me on my office phone and I was not in there, so. So I'm assuming that means we probably will table that one anyway, or not address it today.
Yeah, I don't know if he contacted you or emailed or anything, but that's what he had told Jennifer.
Okay, well, I think the best thing we can do is now table it, and if we need to pick it up, email and poll vote, because it's time sensitive, we can, or just move it to the next.
The agreement is for the monitors to start work, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So I think that might be time sensitive.
Oh, I see. Mandy's not available to present, is
So
that
that
correct?
goes up to George?
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay, so George will present for Perry?
okay,
okay,
all right.
thanks.
Thank you.
And is that on the agenda down here? So where's the logical place to do it?
Chairman,
Should we try to fit it in this morning? Yes,
so if you can promise to get us a 60-minute lunch,
yeah,
I will look at it during the lunch hour.
okay, yeah, we'll do that. We'll make sure to have a 60-minute lunch. I have another thing. I have to meet someone, and secretary's going to take over for a few minutes at 1. So, okay, so, yes, Member Palace?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, if the other council members are agreeable, I'd recommend moving, what is it, item 14, enrollment resolutions to number 1, because I think that's quick and fast and we can get it out of the way. And then also I would like to add under member at large report, just a CRITAC update, and that's only just going to be a reminder of tomorrow's meeting, so it won't take very long.
Okay. So, is that agreeable? Do we have folks online to put item 1 up first?
I'm not sure whether Elizabeth is on the line.
I don't
don't see
see
her.
Elizabeth there. So, just to move forward, we'll hear from Elizabeth as soon as she comes on, and we can fit that in as soon as she's on here. We'll try to fit it in as quickly as possible. Will that work? Okay. All right. So, I think we've got it covered. Any other needed?
Are we adding KRC? We're just gonna add it. Where are we gonna add it?
Where would we try to fit it in at the first part?
After
Af-
lunch. It has to
okay.
be after lunch, so maybe
Oh, okay.
between 8 and 9.
Okay. Oh, let's do that then. Okay. All right. Any other needed revision? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as discussed. Okay. Member Palace, is there a second by Member Lang? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Those
Aye.
opposed? Those opposed, the same? With 0 opposed and my abstention, motion carries. So, Doctor, we'll turn it over to you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Chairman Gentry and council members, for this privilege to present our May report. I recognize that today is a full agenda, so I will try as much as I can to respect your time. So I'll just give the highlights of the report, which was submitted to the council on Friday. This report is compiled by Kimberly Kent, our admin officer, with support from all the tribal health directors and unit leaders. I want to begin by thanking the tribal council and the entire tribe for effectively resolving the issue that we had last few weeks, and thank Dr. Kathleen Adams for being our interim head general manager for 7 weeks, during which she did some excellent work for the tribe. I resumed work on the 24th of May, and since then we've been trying to understand how things work and to come back to stream on the activities of the tribe. The tribal council chairman was here present on my first day of resumption, and also supported the HAC meeting last month. On COVID vaccination, we have continued to provide vaccination to tribal members and also tribal employees at the Wellness Center. Although the state have reached 68.2% coverage, we are about 44.8% in the county and less than 35% in the tribe. And to improve our tribal coverage, our Wellness Center team went to Blair, Beatty, and Sprang River to vaccinate people, and they were able to vaccinate 10 persons in that district. We will continue our daily vaccination at the Wellness Center, and also the second dose will be taking place later this month on the 29th of June. We want to thank the Tribal Council for approving the 3% COLA, which began on the 7th of June this year. This was well received by all Tribal Council, tribal health staff, who are very grateful to the Tribal Council for approving it. We've also been able to work on the new salary scale structure, which we have sent to tribal admin for their review. And once we all agree on what is best for the tribe, we'll present that to the tribal council in subsequent meetings. Thank you again, Tribal Council and General Council for approving the Sister New Way demarcation. Work has commenced, and we continue to meet with the contractor and the architects to ensure that the best is done for the tribe in the coming weeks. We are hoping that the work will be completed in the early months of 2022 for movement of behavioral health into the health campus. Last month, we were able to interview 3 individuals who are very qualified for the post of a human resource director. And of the 3, sorry, Marilyn Gesle-Guzo was chosen as the ideal candidate for the tribe, and she was offered the position and she accepted the position. We are excited and waiting for her resumption on the 19th of July this year. Also, Tribal Council approved the new personnel policy and procedure manual on the May 1st. And to get our staff acquainted with the new policy, health resource management team, admin officer, and the compliance officer held trainings for every single staff on the policy. And they have also been asked to submit their appointment forms, which is ongoing currently and will be completed before the end of this month. In May, we were able to recognize our nurses during the Nurse Day. And we are so proud of our nurses, and we are grateful for all our nurses who work day and night to ensure the health and well-being of tribal members. And finally, in this segment, we will recall that the Carter House had a fire incident recently, and we commissioned the demolition of that building. That has been completed as I speak today at a cost of 90,000 plus. And the land is open and clear at the moment. And we are requesting the Tribal Council to put this house, the land, to trust for future use by the tribe. And we are hoping that we will also get approval from Tribal Council to be able to use that land to build a transitional housing for our homeless and unhoused tribal members. And any questions before I continue?
Excuse me, Doctor. Yeah, go ahead.
Has Jared been contacted to put that into trust, or is anybody working with him?
I know that Jerry Melentine is working with him to make it happen, but we need the approval of the Tribal Council to do that completely.
I believe the planning director will bring that forward. He'll start the process and then he'll bring it forward as long as you've alerted him.
All right. Thank you, Secretary.
Yes, Member Dumont.
Yes, Doctor, I had a question about the less than 35% vaccination rate. Is that in the county, in the service area, or is that tribal members generally?
From our own reports, based on what we have, we do not have the comprehensive report of those who vaccinated outside our wellness center. But when we compare those that we vaccinated in the wellness center to the tribal population, we have this figure. This may not be the accurate figure, but it's a reflection of where we are at the moment.
So I'm having trouble understanding what the population is that is the percentage of. So maybe it's all of those who go to the service center or to the wellness center?
No, I did this with the tribal population of 5,000.
I'm sorry, one more time?
I computed this with the tribal population of an estimate of 5,000.
I see. Okay.
Thank you. If I compute with those that use wellness center, it will be slightly higher than this. To departmental reports for the IST team, the key function, the key success of last month was the complete switchover to Hunters Communication for our internet and telephone systems. And I want to thank Guy and his team for working day and night, even on weekends, to get it done. The pharmacy department continued their work, providing services to our tribal members and over 940 individuals were served in the month of May, with over 7,000 prescriptions provided. Our quality assurance data remains good at over 80%, and they are still working on their manuals and policies to ensure standardized programs across the pharmacy departments. Income for the month of May was about 1.2 million. In the PCR department, led by Kelly Hogg, they were able to process 295 patient claims in the month, worth $61,000 plus. And this brings to about 395,000 plus obligated or paid in the year since January. Medical team continued providing walk-in services, primary care, nurse visit, and drive-through COVID services to tribal members. They also work with referral coordinators to catch up on referrals and work with HR to fill open positions in the department. They also manage employee health and infections and provided COVID vaccinations to all those who needed them. And they were also able to go to the community to provide care at the community level. Our community programs have increased since the beginning of the year.
Secretary?
Dr. Olerby, it was noted that referrals had been dropped off of this report for medical. We asked about it last month, but it doesn't appear that they've been added back. And I know there's, you refer to it that you're catching up on them, but it would be nice to see actual numbers.
I will send the actual numbers to you, Secretary, after my report. I don't have it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. But from all indications from the report I've had from the departments, I've been told that there have been quite improved, that there have been tremendous improvement in that department, but I'll give you actual numbers by the end of this report.
With the medical, and they're reporting on vaccinations, is it possible, if it's not too much, work compiling it, would it be possible to include each entity percentage of vaccinated employees?
Yeah, I actually asked for that, and Misty promised to give it to me by the end of this month. So if I get it, I will share it in my next report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. But yesterday we had a IMT meeting, and from the IMT meeting, Rachel Miller told us that most entities have exceeded the 70% coverage, which is the state required coverage, and they are trying to modify our COVID regulations, which will be coming out in the next few days from ZAC.
Thank you, Doctor. That was a question. We've been getting questions with changing conditions, what are we doing? And so it'll be comprehensive, and it even address our business entities also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was discussed extensively yesterday. The issue of use of mask, the issue of meetings were all discussed, and I'm sure that Zach will be sending the mail before the end of today or tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that.
Business office continue to review contracts and chart notes on daily basis for all the service providers, which includes medical, dental, mental health, substance abuse, and transportation. The majority of claims were also submitted and claims were processed in a timely manner due to the providers completing their documentations on time. And I want to thank Charis and her team for the amazing work they are doing. In the month of May, our income was 1.6 million plus, bringing it to a total of 7.2 million in the year 2021.
Yes, Member Dumont.
Yeah, Dr. Larrabee, I was wondering, back with the new providers that you've listed, there's 2 individuals there. Which unit are they in?
Alexandra Taylor is working with behavioral health.
Okay.
She is our mental health therapist, and she's been credentialed.
Okay. And Mr. Carr?
Anthony Care is to become a participating provider, not a staff, but a provider of services to our team members from, I think one of the consultants that they were enrolled, but I'm not sure about him. I can confirm that from Paris.
Okay, yeah, if you could let us know where he'll be working, that'd be good. Thank you.
I'll get that to you. Thank you, sir. In admin, led by Nicole Mendes and Erica Meng, who is on leave, they were able to participate in almost all interview processes, interviews that took place over the past 1 month. And they are also working on a number of SOPs for GSA, fundraising, after hours, building access, after hours on call, and email response, and inter-office PHIs. They're also following up with the public health modernization program that took place early this year. The SCALS projects have received over 1,811 surveys and sent out over 1,554 gift cards. The analysis is pending EM return. In the month of May, we had 4 patient complaints, 5 incident reports, 4 adverse events and near misses, and 1 new higher orientation program. In Facility and Security Department, led by Jerry Valentine, they've completed so many projects, including the Kada building demolition and removal. Rocky Mountain Construction was the only contractor to submit a bid for the parking lot work for the Bema project, which was extended to October this year. All of the trailers are ready for use and stored at the Pioneer Street locations. Some have been moved to be used by tribal members over the last 1 week. Several team members worked during the General Council meeting to support the process, and the Wellness Center parking lot light project, during which the hard lead lights were replaced with a more efficient LED conversion, is also complete. The ongoing projects include installing roof walkway protectors at the Wellness Center, installing new COVID-19 compliant windows at the 3949 South 6th Street, and also continuing to clean, disinfect, and fog all buildings against COVID. Sister New Ways is in progress, and I put a table here just to show the cost implications of what we are doing with the facilities. The Sister New Way fencing will cost about $166,000, and it's a 5 to 6 week project. The Wellness Center and 3949 South parking lot will cost about $60,000, and it's a 2 months project. The parking lights is about $6,900, is completed. The Keda building demolition is completed at $90,000 plus. The 6,000 New Way HVAC project is costing us about $272,000, is yet to be determined date of delivery. The building remodel is about $11.5 million, will be completed early next year. The Sister New Way main water lines repair will cost about $4,500, yet to be delivered, yet to be determined date of delivery. And the rest is Wellness Center membrane roof replacement at $100,000, Wellness Center fire cut tree removal at $26,000, and Wellness Center light replacement and update at $50,000. These are the key projects being executed by Tribal Health in the year 2021.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions, comments? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Dental, led by Tom Barrett, they continue to provide services to tribal members, and unlike what happened early this year when they refused to get vaccinated, over 70% of all their staff have been vaccinated to date, and this is actually a good news for us. In April, we had a visit from Dr. Sean Kelly, who came to assess our programs, and his report came in later this month of June, and I'll be sharing that report with Tribal Council later in the week. The X-ray units were also audited and found to be in compliance, although there was evidence of wear and tear, and we're hoping that we can replace some of them in next year, 2022. The team were able to see 214 patients in the month of March, but we're able to see 140 in the month of May. Their finances has also improved since COVID began to 65,000 plus, and this is the highest since COVID started in 2020. The Transport Department continues to support all our programs, our movements, and also home delivery of medications to tribal members. Behavioral health, led by Dr. Kathleen Adams, continue to do amazing work for the tribe, and they have 131 active clients. And in the month of May, they were able to refer 22 new, they had 22 new referrals in May as against 23 in the previous months. Did I get that right? They are still working also on the homelessness response to provide homes to those who are homeless or unhoused. And they conducted what we call community readiness assessment, which showed that the tribe is at a denial or resistance stage with a score of 2.37. And we are hoping moving forward to provide more enlightenment and education to tribal members on the need to provide support to those who are unhoused or homeless. The warming center at Main Street is still providing services at about 5% per day. And we have hired a warming space attendant using the funds that we got from class to support that process. The YFGC is proposing 3 new programs: the Healthy Family Program, the Recovery Care Program, and the Intensive in-Home Counseling Services. And these are under review. And when we have thought this through completely on the logistics and the cost implications, we will do a formal presentation in the work session to the Tribal Council before its approval. The grants in YFGC are all in the next segments, the costs, the activities, and where we are. Finally, the Human Resource Department, led by Kimberly Kent and Melinda Nunez, have continued to do extensive work to ensure that all vacant positions are filled, and also they were able to train staff on the new policies that have been approved by the Tribal Council over the past 1-2 months. I added the community calendar for the tribal health, and this includes health education programs and that of YFGC. And we ask that Tribal Council members who are available should please attend some of these programs to show their support to the program and also the leadership involvement in these programs. Thank you, chairmen and members.
Any questions, comments, folks? Yes, Secretary.
Dr. Lerby, on page 15 on the assessment, could we be provided more information on that, on who was assessed and who did the assessment, who rated it?
Monica did the assessment, and she used a standard tool, and she assessed some tribal members on this. The result was presented to us in one of our meetings, and I can share the result with you, and we can discuss that maybe in a work session or during my supervision meeting.
Okay, that would be good.
Thank you. I will share the result with you.
Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, when we have that work session, if the instrument could, the survey instrument itself could be part of that discussion, that'd be helpful too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Should I invite Monica to join that work session? That'd be great.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm interested in understanding what that score means. You know, so I don't know if there's anything you can say now, but I guess we can wait till that work session. That would be great. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the council? Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion to approve acceptance of the report. Okay, Member Palace, is there a second?
I would second.
Is that you, Jesse? Okay, second by Member Acosta. All those, I guess, Secretary, you can. Okay, let's do it by voice vote. Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, those opposed? Okay, 0 opposition, and my abstention motion carries. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate that. So next we have Kimberly. Thanks for joining us, Kimberly and Miranda, for the standard operating procedure professional hire. I guess she can lead us through that, and maybe folks have had a chance to look at it. I kind of skimmed it over, but like council, fairly short document. How would you like to proceed, council members? Go through the document point by point.
I'm fine with going through the document. I do have a question before we start. I know this is Klamath Tribal Health professional recruitment, although the policies and procedures refers to professionals as being both from administration and health. So is this meant to be just for health to address that portion of the policies and procedures? Was any work done with the administration, HR?
Let me take the question, Kimberly. Secretary, thank you for the question. In March, when we presented the new hire policies, we had the regular hire and the temporary hire policy, and they were approved by the council. And we were mandated in health to provide a professional SOP policy for our employment programs. We didn't know that we needed to do with tribal health, tribal health. So this is purely for tribal health. However, if we want to make it an entity-wide program, we can table it today and share with tribal admin for their input before we present to tribal council. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Because I do see in the policy itself, it addresses biologists and attorneys, so that may not.
What you're noting, Secretary, there's probably need to coordinate with administration to see if something would work for both entities.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you, Kimberly. So I guess we can go through it now. And ready, Kimberly. Thank you.
Would you like me to share my screen?
Yeah, that would probably be helpful.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put that on here. Hold on just a moment.
Yeah, in the new policies and procedures manual, yeah, it's not in this because it's specific to health, and but the policies and procedures manual refers to, that makes it sound like we need to have a policy for both.
Yeah, so I will, if you'd like, I can read it. Thanks for letting us present, Chairman Gentry and the members of council. I agree that we probably should, table this and get admin's input as well for their professional hires.
So would we like to go through it point by point now, or come back to this after coordination with administration? What's your wishes, members?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted a clarification because this is a SOP, it's a procedure. And I don't know that council needs to even really be that involved in, policy is one thing, but procedures are a totally different thing. So, I agree that each entity should, I don't know if admin has their own professional recruitment SOP, but I don't know why council would need to approve it because they're separate. From what I see, tribal health recruits different types of professionals than admin, even though they both recruit professionals. But I think the SOPs could be vastly different in the certifications, but maybe after Kimberly explains it, I'll have a better understanding of what they're doing. But I guess my clarification I was asking is why council would need to approve a SOP.
Well, I think I think this consistency with the policies and procedures is one reason that just comes to mind, to make sure it is consistent. But, I know just the general interest of understanding what the process is. I think that's part of it. That's my response. Any other thoughts from other members?
This is Jesse.
Yes.
I would also be in agreement with Willa. I don't feel like we really have to sit down and approve a standard operating procedure, but I also see the benefit of being updated on what is happening, but certainly don't feel like it's something that tribal council needs to vote on.
Yes. Member Dumont?
So I realize that professional is not the same as director level, which we have an SOP for in admin. Nonetheless, these are really important positions. And so while I don't necessarily feel the need to vote on it, I would appreciate being informed about it and would like to see the final draft.
Okay. So I think what I'm hearing then, folks are comfortable for health to coordinate with admin and then come back and inform us as what was developed for standard operating procedure. Is that agreeable by all? I don't see or hear opposition to that, so I guess that's what we'll do. That save us some. Yeah.
I'm not opposing it. I just don't understand why, because they don't, each entity has their own SOPs.
Yeah.
So if we start making them duplicate all the SOPs, I don't know what as long as they each have their own SOP, I don't even know if they need to coordinate, but I think admin is separate than tribal health.
Well,
Yes, I agree.
Well, I do know that there has been comment from tribal council about the different methods of hiring, not for professionals, but the different methods of hiring and how each entity handles the hiring process and how it was different. And that was part of the reason that a few months ago, the treasurer wanted to convene a committee for one HR. So I do see the value in that, but however we want to handle it, I just have a question that maybe if Kimberly and Miranda work with administration HR, I see where it refers back to not approved for in the 6th item, the not eligible for hire, and it refers back to not approved by tribal council, but the new policy and procedure has removed tribal council from that process. And if we could have it clarified between the two entities, and I'm not even sure in my own mind whether staff members who were terminated for cause prior to the new policies and procedures, are they grandfathered into the new policy and only have to be approved by general managers, which would be my preference, but I don't know if we ever thought of that event.
So let me check. I'm going to make a statement here. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. But it seems like our interest is making sure that we're consistent with the policies and procedures that oversee both entities. It's not that we're opposed to a separate policy or operating procedure for health and an admin. So that's more of the concern, just consistency with the overarching policy. And then if folks move forward with that, then bring that back to the tribal council and update us on where we're at with that. That would work. Does that make sense? Yes, Member Dumont.
I wanted to add, right, that part of the reason for not amending the PPP M further was that we developed the particular SOP that we did within admin, and it was probably an oversight not thinking about health at the time, right? So that equally important kinds of positions that there could be some input from council. I don't particularly feel like with these professional positions that we necessarily have the necessary expertise. But nonetheless, I really am happy to have the opportunity to look at the SOP. And I'm already liking what I see. I just want to make sure, right, that everything as it needs to be with HR with these important positions. So yeah, I'm happy if we can bring it back and get a look at it. Thanks.
Okay. So I think we wouldn't need to trouble you any further, Kimberly. I think we're okay to let you go for the day. And thanks so much for being here and look forward to hearing back. Yeah, Secretary?
I do have one other question, because I noticed that when you're hiring for a professional position, the department director, I assume would be the supervisor for that professional position, is not brought into until step 5. And I thought that was a little curious that the person who probably knows what's needed for that position isn't in the procedure earlier. That would be my comment.
Okay, well, that's, I guess folks can note that and figure out
Yep.
what's needed.
I've noted it so that when we go over it, we will address that.
Great, thank you. Anything further, folks? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Kimberly, for joining us today.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda, we have the organizational chart, and I know there was difficulty finding the actual attachment of the chart. Did we find that? Did that come through to us, folks?
I sent it through on a separate email. We'll need to confirm that that's the current org chart because it wasn't attached to the, I pulled it from the March meeting,
Okay.
so we'll have to make sure that it's current.
The best way to do that, would that be to pull it up on the screen now? Share screen?
I can share my screen, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman Gentry and council members. This was presented earlier in the year, and we were asked to go back and discuss on a work session, and that we have done with tribal council members on the issues on the changes that we made to the medical department. But today, since then, we have been having some brainstorming on how to improve our IST department. And IST director and all the leaders agree that it's important for us to have trainee positions in the IST department. This will help us to be able to provide mentorship and also on-site support to all our 5 departments. So apart from that position, there's no other changes that we made to the organizational chart. And I want to present our narrative on just that IST trainee position.
Okay. We're ready. Thank you, Doctor.
So these are our justification for the position. We propose that we create an IIT technician trainee position similar to what we have in other departments, such as medical and pharmacy. And this is with a focus on recruiting climate tribal members with interest in computers and information technology. This is the way to go. The trainee will be taught and mentored in information technology and computer networking. And this will also help in covering the needs of the 5 sites that we have with IT support on a daily basis. Currently, we have been utilizing a temporary IT technician who is a climate tribal member and student. These have been very, very successful, and therefore propose making this a permanent trainee position. This will also help to provide support to Chiloquin and YFGC as requested by providers in our recent meeting with them. Finally, it will help us to build a succession system for staff who may retire, transfer services, relocate, or change profession, or are asked to leave the system for costs in the coming months. So this is the only additional position that we created, and we are seeking for tribal council approval and resolution to move on with the organogram. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. So just to verify, we did have org chart and we're not sure if it was the most current one. Do we need to take a further look at what Doctor brought up?
Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand. I think I just heard Dr. Olarabe say there was only one new position, but I thought the last time we discussed this, there were more than that. Maybe I misheard.
Thank you, Member Dumas, sir. I said that apart from the previous ones, we have presented all the previous new positions, the public aid departments, the grant writer position, the commission officer position, and that had been all approved before now. The challenge that we had then was the issue of the medical department, the chief medical officer and the medical director position, which we discussed at the work session with the tribal council. So between that time and now, we only added a new position, the IST training position, to support the IST. That's what I'm referring to. The other new positions were discussed in our previous meeting and agreed upon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Secretary?
So, and I can't see yours, it has the IST training position on your copy of the org chart.
Yeah, right. Mhm.
Okay, so you haven't sent us that. So if we approve it today, Becca, can you send that to us?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a question that I received from one of the other council members that wasn't able to be here. Are the trainees on the org chart? And it appears they are. Are we going to fill those positions? Or are we going to train them, then send them on their way? So once they're trained, are they, given a permanent position after the training? Or I guess the question is what's going on with those trainees?
Lana, please.
Yeah, the trainees are put through a program and then they are given a position at Tribal Health. That's how we have done them in medical, dental, and pharmacy. And that's how it was discussed to be done in the IST department. And Guy's on here also, if he wanted to comment on that. But that's how we've been doing them is they're given the position after. We don't send them on their way.
So once they're trained and they're given a permanent position, you still have that listed on the org chart as a trainee. So is somebody else brought in to train and you add another position to the org chart, or how is that handled?
I've seen it done Guys, since it's new, I don't think he would keep adding a new trainee, but I've seen it done with pharmacy. The reason they had to do it in pharmacy and medical was because they could not fill positions. So say they want 7 pharmacy technicians and they've had 5 and they've had 5. So they're like, we want to try a trainee. So they do put a trainee through a program for a whole year, and then it assumes one of the positions. Then we only have 1 trainee the following year. Once they get up to their 7 that they've determined they've needed, then we wouldn't have a trainee that next year. And you're correct in the fact of we don't know if we need to have them on the org chart or not, because I think that's come up each year with council and with HR. It's gone back and forth with, do we need the trainee positions on there or not? So, because it's just a way to fill positions. And we don't keep them on there permanently if they're not needed. They're just evaluated on an annual basis by each department if they need it because they've had a hard to fill position.
So, well, I'm thinking that we're going to be reviewing the org chart on an annual basis. Would that be the time you'd consider that? Any kind of change in the org chart? Just a thought.
Yeah, each year we present that. That's what our assumption is as a leadership team, is that each year when we bring you the budget, that's what we're supposed to do with the org chart. At the same time, we're supposed to get approval of the org chart at the same time that we get approval of the budgets, to notify you of any added positions or changes within the positions. And so we do present the detail in every budget and go over that with council. And so that is our intent, to follow the org chart policy annually and bring it to you every year for changes.
Yes, Member Dumont.
So since the public health department is going to be a newly split off department, does that mean that these, maybe I'm looking wrong, are the 4 positions that we're talking about, are those are in public health or those are in IT?
Sorry, where am I? The 4 positions under public health are actually currently existing in the system. That the public health education coordinators, they are already staff that we have that are at Pioneer Street right now. So when we create these departments, we will move them from medical to public health departments. The only new staff that will be employed will be the public health director.
Okay, so those 4 positions already exist. They're just being moved into the new department.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
When these positions are open and people move into them, you know, it would be helpful to tribal council to know who is being moved, why they're being moved. Are they being promoted? Or they just don't like the job that they're working on and they want to work in something else? Because in the past, we had trained a lot of people through our agency, and a lot of them moved on. And we have to refill those positions after we had trained these people and put a lot of money in there training them. And our agency is still lacking a lot of things that, you know, we should be up on.
Yes, Doctor, response?
Thank you, Member Tritop. We are not actually moving them from their offices and their positions. They are still maintaining their portfolios, but they're just moving to a new department. Because we believe that education is not only for those who are sick, but also for those who are healthy. So we are hoping that we are trying to expand their portfolio to provide health education, both at wellness center and also within the community level. So they will, sorry, they will still maintain their positions and their current status. They're not losing their jobs or being changed. Thank you.
So any other questions, comments? If not, I entertain a motion to move forward and approve the organizational chart as presented.
Make that motion,
Make that
Chairman.
motion.
Okay,
Go ahead, Jeannie.
so Janie makes the motion. Okay, and Member Dumont, did you want a second then?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, Secretary, please conduct a vote. Thank you. That sounds pretty cool. I could listen to that all day long, I think. It's kind of a soothing thing in the midst of all the turmoil sometimes.
Well, you can act up, Don, and make us all happy.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Powlis,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I abstain, Chairman. With your abstention, it'll be 2, 3, 4, 602.
Great. So the motion carries. Thanks, everybody, for the difficult work and hard work and work sessions and everything to get us to this point. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, I've got a lot of scribbles here and there. I think we're going to move up the enrollment resolutions in between 3 and 4. Did I get that correct?
Well,
But I don't see anybody on there. Then we also have the KRRC and Joseph Caroli from our casino is going to be on at 1.
mhm.
So would this be a good time to address the KRRC matter? Oh, yeah, that's right. You want to review that and do it after lunch. Yeah, that's right. So, okay.
So we have,
Yeah, is any admin on? There's some other items there, you know, with the OSG allocation with Kathy Rich and
there's nobody in the waiting room,
okay.
so.
So should we text somebody, let somebody know and bring them on?
Yeah.
I'll text Kathy real quick or give her a call. And since we got several admin items. Okay. Kathy's going to get a hold of Elizabeth. She's on a meeting right now, but she can jump on that right after Elizabeth. Okay, we should be able to zoom shortly here. Maybe as we're waiting, maybe if folks agreeable on the council, we can get that to CRITAC report. Maybe we can just move that real quickly since all the council members on, since that's pretty brief, correct? Yeah. Okay. Member Palace, if you could do that, I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to remind the council and any other staff that have participated in CRITAC that tomorrow we do have a presentation from 9 to 11. And our subject matter expert, Mitch Hicks, will be doing a presentation on policies and procedures for the Public Safety Department. And this is tailored specifically for the Tribal Council, so it's important as many council members that can to participate. And it should be on your calendar. If not, let me know and I'll forward you the calendar invite. And there was a video he wanted us to watch prior to it. It's about a 35-minute video, and it's a tribal leader from another tribe talking about how they've gone back towards traditional tribal governance and how that aligns perfectly with their public safety department and tribal justice system. So if you get a chance, check that out, and I'll forward that email out again here in a few minutes. And that's my update. Thank you.
Great. That has a link to the video then too. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Hey, Yvonne, Elizabeth, thanks for coming. So I guess the matter that we tabled last time, well, I guess we'll get to that. Thank you. Would you mind moving the mic closer, or is it still on, Joseph? Okay. Probably have to raise it up for her since she's so tall.
Chairman, what I noticed from the general council meeting is if they're not speaking directly into it to the end of it and they're from the side, it doesn't pick up the sound at all. So it's got to be almost directly in front of them, pointing at them, and it sounds better.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear her okay?
A little bit better, but I'm sure that our listeners probably will have issues.
I'm sure you're vaccinated and stuff. If you maybe take the mask off if folks are comfortable with that. If you are.
No.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, well, so what we have today is the enrollment applications that were tabled from the last meeting. And it's for the approval of 11 applicants. Enrollment Committee Resolution 6-2021-A dated 6/1/2021.
And that's Tribal Council Resolution, Secretary, what number?
It would be TC 2021-028.
So I think we've been provided the information and we're ready to move forward. If folks are ready, I could even entertain a motion at this point, unless you need some more time to look at some items to approve that Tribal Council resolution to move forward with those applicants.
The only question or observation I had was in number 12. All of the rest of them, I was able to do the math on it, but it looks like there's a change in the ancestor there. And then there's some commentary about the parents off to the right. So I was just taking a word for it that the math is correct, whereas on the others I was able to check. But
Yeah, and the math, when I do it, it's then looked at, sorry. When I do the math, it's then looked at by Elizabeth and then also by the enrollment committee. And then also the spreadsheet here that the information is input, that also is another way that we verify. So if I put a number in there and it doesn't come up with our records, then I know that there's an error. But it is reviewed by multiple people
okay,
before it comes to you guys, so.
okay.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I didn't write the resolution number down. I'm sorry, Secretary. I didn't motion to approve 2021-028. So we'd like to make that motion. Okay, Member Palace, is there a second? Okay, Member Lang, okay. Secretary, when you're ready, please conduct the vote. Thanks.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikaka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Abstain.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, the count will be 6-0-2.
Okay, so motion carries. Thanks, folks. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
that. Yeah, so I don't see Mark on. Kathy said that she'd be ready to jump on. I just texted her. And as soon as we finish with this, so.
Joseph is here for his too, if Kathy's not ready.
Okay.
And we made an amendment to the,
Good morning, Tribal Council.
Good morning, Kathy. Thanks for joining.
Sorry, I was on another Zoom.
Yeah, I knew that. Thanks. So the first item we have is the OSG allocation.
Okay. Does everyone have a copy of that? Okay. So this is a recommendation from the executive team to Tribal Council. And we're recommending allocation of OSG dollars per program, and I'll go through that with you. We were awarded through our annual funding agreement, $2,819,130. As you see in the columns, the document that you have in front of you has a column of programs, and the fund number, associated fund number with that, and the fiscal year code. We also have a column that has 2021 total negotiated, and that's the initial award that the funder is saying that we're going to get. We haven't received a final yet. Normally, we've been getting additional dollars than what's been initially negotiated. Right now, because we haven't received that final, we are making recommendations based on what has been negotiated, pre-negotiated, so that the departments can develop their budgets. You will see column 2021, the amounts proposed by the team. We also take under consideration the amount of money that is sitting in the programs from funding 2020. There is a lot of carryover that we're seeing. So no program, we left all the amounts as is, with the exception of 2. We knew from our self-monitoring and discussions with the Culture and Heritage Director that there was a need for additional dollars to perform those specific tasks that are within that Culture and Heritage Department. And with the COLA that had been approved, his program was going to have a shortfall. With that, the team recommends to take 10% from 2 areas, 2 programs, business and economic development, in the amount of $6,339. And you'll see that on the 3rd column. We recommend to take 10% from planning in the amount of $15,430. That's another 10%. In addition, we are recommending to take, and on the bottom of this document, there's a footnote that captures what I'm relaying right now, is taking from 2020, $61,932 from administrative services and $10,939 from 2020 housing development, and adding that into our Culture and Heritage program, which is a total of $94,640, so that they can maintain their existing services, service deliverables.
Yes, Secretary.
With that too, as you'll see in column 2, all the amounts are staying the same as what has been identified in this funding agreement to date.
Secretary Frost.
So Kathy, you identified 61,932 from administrative services.
Yes.
That's carryover, is that correct?
Yes.
So what is?
And we know we're not going to use that.
What is administrative services? Can you?
We can use it. It's a line item that we can use in administration. We haven't used it for the last couple of years. So we know that we're not going to use it this year, or last year. We're not going to use that at all. And there's not a need. So that was what was determined. The same with the housing development line item. We know that we haven't used that line item for a number of years. And so those were dollar amounts that we knew that we could allocate. The process is 2020 is still receiving money from our funding agency. The OSG is still giving us money. We have not determined any carryover, a total carryover in 2020. We wanted to wait till the end of the year so that the departments have an opportunity to expend on existing projects. And we wanted to wait till the last quarter to discuss ending that period of time where they expend those dollars, and then we start determining carryover.
So did you get the question answered? The administrative services, the funds that we didn't use, what could they be used for?
Anything to do administrative? in our department, in our upper management, our administration.
Okay.
We just haven't used those. We haven't budgeted for those. We haven't used them.
Okay. Yes, Member Dumont.
Yeah, Kathy, my question is really about future planning. I don't have any issues with the hole you're trying to plug here. That Culture and Heritage Department is, of course, critically important and perpetually in the red and underfunded. I know we've got something coming up on the 31st that if the general council approved it would be a small budget for them. I think $35,000 is on the table, but there's certainly no guarantee that general council is going to approve that. I'm just wondering about future plans to make the department sustainable and to actually increase the capacity there.
So with this process, this is where that planning would take place, and we're starting to see those type of requests through our self-monitoring process, and that's why the need, and he proposed a budget, an operating budget. I believe they were awarded $202,737. He provided the need, he justified that need, and that's why the additional $94,640 was added. The self-governance process allows us to move these dollars around as we see the need to perform the program deliverables. And these are just recommendations from the executive team to tribal council for your consideration. And of course, if there's an area where tribal council feels that money should be recommended for revising, then that would be a discussion.
Yeah, no, I'm
This
glad to.
is Jesse.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Yes, go ahead.
I had a bit of a comment here that, you know, I understand that Culture and Heritage has been operating in a little bit of a red. They're obviously a department that has been around for a long time, and I don't know what kind of grants are available out there for them to be able to operate on grant funds, which unfortunately, I'm not a fan of grants and funding programs through grants because they're not always sustainable. And I do think that the Klamath Tribes should be finding our own way to be sustainable, to operate as many of our departments and programming without the assistance of grants. And having the ability to have these self-governing funds is exactly getting us to that point of self-sufficiency. And I wouldn't argue against using those funds to help a department that is very important to the Klamath Tribes.
Yeah, and again, I have no issue with the current request. I'm just not sure that we want to make it in every year. You know, we're using these funds to prop up that department. So that's all I was asking about, was some strategic planning for down the road.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Oh, yes, Member Treetop?
I have a question. We have funds that are sitting in pots, and our employees have been taken through a lot of stress and a lot of things in the last couple of years that they usually didn't have to take care of or handle, or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, we talk about tribal health and how their nurses are overwhelmed and doing a good job. Why don't we use funds to be able to help, I don't know, improve our staff morale or do something for the staff, because they are as important as all the other departments. So, you know, we need to start thinking about staff. We sure we gave them the 3%, but that's something that we should have done a long time ago. We just didn't have the money to do it. But our staff is important, and staff morale is to keep it up. I was in Klamath Falls yesterday. I went to do some shopping, and there was no checkers in the store that I was in. There was a long line at the self checkout, but all the other checkers were closed. And I finally found one that was open. And I had to, when I first got to the store, there was no baskets in there. All of the baskets were still out in the parking lot. I had to go out into the parking lot and bring me myself a basket in to do my shopping. And I don't know if that's what's going on in Klamath Falls. You know, a lot of the people are not going to work, or they're looking for other jobs. But we need to start taking care of our own personnel in order to keep them at the jobs that we want them to work at. Just look what happened at the motel. We can't get anybody hired over there, and we got cars going by that highway, hundreds of cars that could stop there and get a room, and we have no rooms available because we don't have any staff to help clean the rooms or take care of the rooms or even manage the front desk. So we need to start thinking about our staff and our tribal members that we say we care about. We want to do better for them. So, you know, we need to put them first, I think. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Member Treetop. Yeah, we can have further discussion with our general manager about ways to support staff and improve morale. And so maybe we can put that on our next topic when we have our supervisory meeting with our general manager. So with this Office of Self-Governance proposal, if we're ready, I'd entertain a motion to approve that by the Tribal Council. Somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion, Chairman.
Okay. And Member Dumont,
would
second by Member
second.
Palace. Secretary, please conduct the vote. You're ready. Thank you.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hakakta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, the count is 701.
Great. Motion carries. Thank you. So next up is the ENA ARPA language grant funding request. Kathy?
Thank you, Tribal
Yes.
Council. Thank you. I will
Thank you,
share
Kathy.
the comments also made with our general manager. And I believe he will be coming back to Tribal Council with a plan to
Yeah,
address.
he's-
He's already been talking internally with some of us, so.
Okay.
he
Well,
will be
since you're here, General Manager, we'll just right here would be fine.
Thank you, bye.
The ANA ARPA language grant funding request. That's pretty quiet for some reason.
Can you hear me there?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Sound check. So thank you. I don't have the documents in front of me because I was thinking I was going to do it from Zoom, but I'm really excited about this opportunity. And as you know, this comes from the recent legislation regarding COVID and the ARP and funding that ANA is putting out to assist tribes with their languages. And as you know, we, or my office and my team, have proposed the development of a languages department for the Klamath tribes. We've identified funding sources for that to happen. And during the last conversation I had with Tribal Council, particularly Council Member Dumont, made a very good recommendation to make sure that we have input from tribal members on what that department is going to look like. Not the question of whether we have a department or not, but what's the philosophy, the goals,
I think the battery just went dead or something.
Sorry about that. So this grant opportunity is an interesting one because it will depend on how many other tribes apply for the money. If the maximum number of tribes apply, I think we'll be eligible for approximately $45,000, up to a maximum of about 90-some thousand dollars. We don't know exactly where we will fall. Park Resources helped develop this grant proposal. It's pretty simple, pretty short. Essentially, the goal of this grant would be for us to have funding to do community outreach to tribal members, to talk about a languages department, to have some feedback in regards to what those goals, objectives, philosophies, and or how they would like to see their languages department exist. We hope and pretty confident we will be successful in getting this grant. And then we would be able to hire either a consultant, hopefully a tribal member, not to mention any names, but somebody like Shailene, to help us go out into the community, go out to Portland, go out to the various areas where Klamath tribal members may congregate so that we can have conversations with them about the languages department. And of course, we would definitely need tribal leadership. I can't do that from my desk, but I would really hope that tribal leader will step up and join us for these meetings. So that's the goal of this. It's a pretty simple grant. It's due, unfortunately, tomorrow, I think, and we do need a resolution.
Yeah, Secretary?
Is it a 1-year funding?
Yes.
So we would pass this by resolution then, referring to the grant?
Correct. And Jana assured me that the resolution was in the paperwork. I could not find it. I'm sorry.
It's, let me look here. Resolution.
Secretary, it's not there, is it?
Yeah, there's nothing on the electronic files that I can see. But we would know what the resolution number is, and the resolution basically is, has the whereas clauses typically.
Correct.
And then basically affirming that we're in the need for the, the grant and, those other
And
statements.
approval of submission of the grant proposal
Yeah,
from the
that's-
tribal council.
Yeah, yes.
Chairman,
Secretary.
it is included in the other packet.
Okay.
Which would, it would help if this was included in what we get.
Yeah, so we do have a hard copy here.
So
Did you just frown at me behind that mask?
I frowned at you.
Okay.
So I will read it. I'll start at the sixth whereas, or no, the fifth whereas. Whereas the people of the Klamath tribes have voiced their preference to create a language program and to continue their efforts to preserve and maintain the cultures and languages of the Klamath tribes. And whereas the ANA has announced the American Rescue Plan Act Emergency Native Language Funding Opportunity, and now therefore be it resolved that the Klamath Tribal Council authorize application to the ANA's American Rescue Plan Act Emergency Native Language Funding Opportunity, and now therefore be it further resolved, the signature authority is hereby designated to the Klamath Tribes Tribal Council Chairman or his authorized representative. And that is Tribal Council Resolution 2021-031.
Thank you, Secretary. And I will discuss with my staff about making sure the paperwork's complete. My apologies.
Great. Yes, Member Dumont.
Yeah, so I admit to not yet fully understanding the ARPA guidelines. I did look through what Joseph is going to present to us later. And I see ACF, ANA, and ARPA listed here. So presumably this has to fit within those ARPA guidelines?
Presumably, but essentially it's funding going through ANA to the tribe. So it's not part of our funding tranche that we got through ARPA directly. It's a totally different funding source, similar to like Treasury sent money to housing.
Okay.
Treasury sent money to ANA for languages. So what we follow is the guidelines from ANA,
Okay.
which I'm assuming, and that would be a Joseph question, that those fall under ARPA. I'm not an expert on ARPA yet either, so I apologize.
Okay, yeah, as I looked at what Joseph sent, I was trying to fit this within that. And just, I don't know if Joseph wants to comment on that or if, no.
And council member, just for a little bit of ease to our mind is, once it goes through a funding agency, we work directly with the funding agency. So if this money is funded to the tribes through ANA, then we work with ANA and our program specialist at ANA. We don't go back to Treasury, because Treasury goes to ANA, ANA comes to us. So we would work directly with ANA. So I'm not concerned that we would be out of compliance, because it is funding coming directly from the Administration for Native Americans.
Got it. Okay. And I don't know if this is so much, well, I guess it is a question. I wondered about the $125 an hour number for the consultant, and I just wondered how we came up with that.
A guesstimate for consultant work. And it may be less or it may be more. Personally, I think if we find someone with the skill set that we're looking for, they're probably going to be worth that or a little more.
Thank you.
And just for council to know as well, I'm very much hoping that we are successful with this grant, because as you know, any ANA grant for languages is always very competitive. So this is an opportunity for us to show ANA that we're capable and that we can do a good job on a languages grant. So I'm really hoping we do get the grant, and I'm going to be really focused to make sure that we're successful in executing the funding. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I entertain a motion by a member to approve resolution 2021-031, approving moving forward with the ANA ARPA proposal. Somebody like to make that motion? Okay, motion by Secretary Frost. Is there a second? Okay, Member Palace seconds. Secretary, whenever you're ready, please conduct a vote. Thank you.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yeah.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I vote yes also, Chairman. With your abstention, it'll be 701.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Tribal
Thank you so
Council.
much.
Have a
Appreciate
peaceful
that.
afternoon. Oh, yeah, definitely. Thank you for reminding me about that. Definitely. So if Jan is listening, we should attach our emergency declaration of languages of the Klamath tribes along with this grant. Excellent. Thank you, council member.
Okay,
Have a good afternoon.
great. Looking at the agenda, it's coming up on 11:45, and we have independent film maker Jeff Sternberg. Is he in waiting there, Joseph? So I would recommend he's coming on 11:45. I'd recommend taking just a short pause. I don't think we have time to get in the other matters, just to make sure he's online, and take a short break, and we'll reconvene at 11:45. Hopefully we'll have him on with us. So thanks for joining, Jeff. I know we had a bit of a conversation on the phone a couple times. It sounds like there's an opportunity that's going to be potentially beneficial in working with you. So we'll just turn it over to you. I think you have a little bit of a feel of what we may be interested in. So I'll just let you turn it over to you to introduce yourself and your interest and what you intend with the project here. So thanks.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, first of all, thanks so much. I know you have a very busy schedule today, so appreciate you allowing me to take some time today. So my name is Jeff Sterenberg. I'm an independent filmmaker currently based in New York, but originally from Seattle. And I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I've been traveling to the area over the last couple of years here and there to, originally was introduced to the idea through the dam removal project, which is a huge story. But, once I came and started to talk to different people, realized this was, that's a huge part of it, but there's a lot more going on. So basically what my interest is working on a sort of long form observational film that really is an experiential film, visual film that shows the sort of continued influences of settler colonialism over, especially over the last couple hundred years. And, what that looks like today. I feel like a lot of people think that colonialism is over and that like that happened in the past and now we are where we are. But this project, through kind of the visual language of just like seeing the land, seeing how things are currently being used or not used or abused, you can kind of see that if you're through to kind of the visual experience of the film. So I've filmed various different dams in the past. I filmed with Chairman Gentry a couple of years ago, and then things kind of got put on pause, obviously, for a year and a half through coronavirus. And I'm thinking of this as sort of a long-term project. So to kind of see what kind of changes will happen over the next couple of years. And the reason I'm, so interested in speaking with you all today is because there's no point in making a movie like this if the perspective of specifically the Klamath tribes for this area, if that perspective isn't part of it. So I'm still in very early stages of the film. And so the reason I think it makes sense for me to be, talking to you now is to sort of for people to ask me questions and for me to be able to make sure I'm talking to the right people, that I'm able to, make sure the perspective is correct. And in an ideal situation, if there are other folks that are in the community who are potentially interested in coming on as a creative partner, I don't need to be the sole, artistic author behind this project. I don't have any ego around that. I just kind of want the story to be told in a kind of unique and, and valuable way. So that's a very basic overview. I'm interested in kind of telling it in sort of a thinking, to sort of have people change how they're thinking about nature, that humans are part of the ecosystem, and looking at, and there's just this area, I think is a very just large and very unique example of larger issues throughout the country, from land use, water use, environmental protection or lack thereof, all that kind of stuff. So I have, my plan is to film different ways that the land and water are being used in sort of an observational approach. So I have filmed I've also filmed downriver a little bit with, been talking to the Karuk tribe, and I filmed all the way up and down the river, just kind of gathering footage and kind of learning and meeting people. So I have more I can say, but maybe without taking too much more time, I could potentially answer some questions. And if you don't have questions, I could say more about the purpose, where the film might go. It's an independent project right now. So I'm self-funding everything. All the expenses have just been incurred by me personally. It's in the independent documentary world, when things aren't, commissioned or fully funded, there's a lot of legwork that goes into it. And then once I have some material, put that together and then shop that around to get grants from various media organizations. So right now it's just a self-funded project. I don't know if now would be a good time for questions, or I can say more.
Sure. Questions? Member Dumont has one.
Yes, good morning.
Hello.
I noticed in the last page of the email that we have, you say, I'm also very concerned with issues of representation and ethics in documentary film. And of course, we're very, very aware and concerned about the exploitative history of anthropology and ethnography. And so I just wondered if you could say a few words about what that means to you and how that might manifest in your project.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, what that looks like to me is exactly that, is I have no interest in exploiting anyone who's involved in the project. I think especially in the cases of working, with Indigenous people, that perspective is the most important perspective, as it's so often in America, so often been disregarded in full. So that's one of the reasons I'm potentially looking for someone who is the creative, also has creative interest in the project, to be a co-author of the project potentially, so that as much as I would like to think I can put myself in other people's shoes, I know that I can't, because I have my own I have my own perspective, and I think that for me is a big part of it. And if that person doesn't exist or someone doesn't want to, then making sure there's very clear lines of communication, lots of room for people to tell me I'm not doing something right, or to say, actually, this is a better way to do it, and providing lots of opportunities for that along the way, if necessary.
So one of the ways, right, that ethical concern typically gets addressed has to do with, editing and getting response from the tribe before there's any kind of final product, checking in along the way, questions about ownership and distribution, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So can you say a little bit about what that might look like, or is it
Sure.
too early?
It is early. I don't exactly know. I think, of course, that would depend on if there is someone who joins the creative team. If there's not, then in terms of ownership, I think I'd be happy to, this is not a project that's going to make money. It's not a project that is for profit. I think from my own personal expense perspective, if there's any sort of funding, it would be to pay for hard costs mostly, as opposed to paying for my time. If there is someone from Klamath Tribes who wants to come on as a creative producer or co-author in some way, when we get money, I would prioritize having that position be paid at first, depending on, if possible. And I would also, one of the other things I was hoping, or that I can offer, since I can't offer any sort of like compensation necessarily, just because there's no money involved at this point, is I could offer to, if there are specific things or issues that while I'm here, I could film and turn it and create something that would be beneficial, a small story that maybe you don't have your own capacity to create media around. That's something I could do. I could also offer potential, training around camera or editing for folks who are interested, in order to increase your internal capacity to put out your own media. And if it gets funded, also to hire potentially local crew if there's money down the line for that. And then in terms of ownership, I'd be happy to have the ownership be co-owned in some way, whether that's a percentage, if there is ever money down the line, for example, if it gets bought by a TV station or something like that. That's certainly a ways away, but I'd be more than open to negotiating that to whatever seems fair. For me, this is not a profit making incentive, but it is, I would like to recoup expenses if possible, that kind of thing.
So thank you for the answer. And I didn't want my cautionary kind of skeptical questions to lead you to believe that we're not grateful for the attention that you're paying to the issues that we have here. So thank you for that. And I guess the last comment I would make is, of course, to work closely with our public information officer, Taylor Tupper. She's really good at this kind of stuff. And then other council members would probably have suggestions about other folks you might work with. But thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, I have had some conversations with Taylor. She's been very very helpful. I can tell you maybe some of the other folks I've been speaking to as well, if that's helpful. You know, I started this process initially with Will Hass. I know he's no longer in the position. I've been talking to Kaila Farrell Smith, who I actually know through Signal Fire, which she used to work with. I did a workshop with them a couple of years ago as well, and she was starting to connect me. This was all in February of 2020, so she was just at the beginning stages of starting to connect me with some different folks. And then I've also filmed Emma Maris, who folks may know, and I know she's co-authored some stuff with Chairman Gentry. Her and her husband both, they kind of have a really interesting philosophical approach. So that's hoping to speak with them. We'll be talking to her later. And so far I filmed with one farmer in the area who's a big farmer. You probably all know Scott Soyce. I filmed with him to sort of get that farming perspective. And something I'm really interested in doing with that is, I think just seeing, when I was just with him for one day a couple of years ago, just seeing what is going on with the land and how the farming is actually happening is really, I think, telling. You know, I'm going to meet with him at some point while I'm here again, but just watching the earth be ripped up in certain ways and things like that, like you can just see it. And that's sort of my thesis for the project is with a little bit of context. You know, I'm not going to be able to tell the entire history of the basin, but with a little bit of context from experts and folks, you can just see it. And so that's sort of the idea, is to have it be a visual thing.
Sure. Member Palace?
Thank you, Chairman. And hello, Jeff. Nice to meet you. My name is Willa Palace, and I was just, I think like over the period of the last 20 years since the water issues really started heating up in the basin, there's been quite a few documentaries out. There's been hundreds of articles from that time. And one thing I've noticed is that there's always the same people in all of these. And so my recommendation would be to try to like look outside the box and not use the same people, there's always like the same farmer, the same tribal person, there's always the same people in all these documentaries. And, I like that you're working with Kaila Farrell Smith. I think it's important to really be inclusive of tribal membership. As political representatives, we don't always, we're here to be their voice, but sometimes it's nice to hear directly from our tribal members, like hearing from the artist community, the activist community, elders and youth and different tribal members. And then I really like the story of looking at how colonialism has impacted it, because it still impacts us today. The different policies and the different things we deal with, or how we're even treated in our own homelands, really play a role in that, and like surrounding these issues around environmental justice and how the tribe's dealing with it. But my concern would just be to, it seems like every time we're interviewed or someone wants to do a documentary, it always is inclusive of everybody else in the basin, and we never really get to tell our own story. So that's what I always kind of push for. And I know eventually the tribe, we should be writing our own books and writing our own stories and making our own films. I mean, that would be ideally the best way to do it. But until then, it would be nice really just to have the Klamath tribe's voice and not everybody else's, because then our voice gets diminished in the process. That's my opinion. And that's something that I've seen throughout the years with all these different documentaries. It's like, well, the tribe said this, but then this person who has the exact opposite opinion says this, and then it doesn't ever really get into what's really going on here with the issues that we deal with. And what I see is like the environmental injustice that's happened to the tribe pretty much since the treaty was signed. So, but that would be my input, and I would look forward to seeing what you would want to develop with us.
Awesome, thank you for that. That's very helpful.
This is Jesse.
Yes, Jesse.
Good night. Hello, Jeff. This is Jesse Hikakta. And just as Willa had stated, we on Tribal Council are well aware of the injustices that take place here in the Klamath Basin and historically, and the current issues that we face. And I do have to say, in the last year, it's been really nice to see some articles and documentaries highlighting the Klamath tribes, not as enemies of the community. So it's with the diversity, equity, inclusion conversations, the Klamath tribes has been coming more to the forefront, being highlighted, having our voices heard more so than they have been in years past. And when I'm reading kind of the synopsis of what you're hoping this documentary could look like, I do appreciate that you're continuing to want to provide value to the community and how much the Kama tribes is significant here. And we are a part of the basin. This is our historic homelands, and it's appreciative. I would echo the same thing that Councilmember Palace had just stated, is that, you know, when I'm reading articles or I'm seeing interviews and seeing documentaries, there are the same faces. And I don't particularly mind having our chairman. I think that's very important, and that's a good representative of the Klamath tribes. But I agree in that it would be very curious to me if you, Jeff, and anyone that worked with you would just run into some random people in the streets in the outlying community areas where it's there's a lot of agriculture, migrant populations as well, and even in the Chiloquin area. And, you know, people going about their daily business and ask, do you even know what colonialism is? Do you know about the issues facing the Klamath Basin? Because a lot of people, if you're not on a political platform, you're probably not paying attention to these things, or particularly if you're somebody who doesn't like conflict, you try to stay out of these types of conversations, and you know, ignorance is bliss. But it would be very interesting to me to hear from general community members of the Klamath Basin, whether they are tribal members or any other demographic, to just get their everyday opinion on what is taking place here. That is one thing that I haven't seen done yet. There's a lot of he said, she said from agriculture and the Klamath tribes, but what about all of the people in between? That would be very curious to me when it comes down to your documentary.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think probably to move forward, I really appreciate this, Jeff. It gives us a better understanding of your intentions and who you are and your interests, you know. So I think coordinating with Taylor is a good way. And, you know, the other thing I'm thinking too, you know, I'm not sure if it developed to this, but, you know, we just had a recent video that we were in control of significantly killing the Klamath.
That's great.
And it just shows one, yeah, it came out really well, but it shows one aspect to this. And, you know, we have a bigger story to tell, you know, and I know you're looking for partners maybe down the road. And if there's opportunity and there's agreement and funding, you know, maybe we'd be interested in partnering with you on specific messaging, specific direction, if you'll be willing. It sounds like the things you're interested in, you know, things we're interested in, and we look forward to telling our story more completely. So we'll, I guess, maintain communication, you know, through Taylor while you're in the area, and you know, help maybe put you in contact with some of those other faces that may be out there too. And you know, continue to move forward, but appreciate the contact and the opportunity, and but I would recommend continued contact with Taylor and let her know what your intentions when you're in the area, and we have folks that we can provide legal folks. We have technical folks that can, you know, talk about issues there, and maybe put you more in contact with other folks out in the community that might be potential folks to interview.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your time. I know you have a very packed schedule today, so very grateful for the time. And feel free to reach out, any of you, if you ever have any questions or thoughts or anything at all. I'm happy to share more.
Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate it. We'll stay in touch then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a lunch break. I do know I have a 1 appointment, 1 o'clock appointment to meet somebody and let them into a property for some work. So I know Secretary has agreed to take over, you know, if I'm a little bit late to start the meeting. But let's come back after lunch. I guess right at 1 o'clock would still work. That's a 55-minute lunch, Clay. You'll live with it. So we'll take recess right now, come back at 1 p.m. And I think that's when Joseph is going to join us. Is that correctly? From the casino. So, okay, folks, have a great lunch and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
ready, Joe.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Council, for having me here this afternoon. As we talked about in the work session.
Joseph, can I
Ma'am?
call the meeting to order first?
Oh, I thought you said to go. Sorry.
No, I was talking to the other Joe. I'm sorry. There's two Joes in here too.
Oh,
Okay, I call the regular council meeting back into order at 1:02 PM. And we have Joseph Caroli from Clamoya Casino.
good afternoon, Council. Everyone is there. As we were talking about, the casino is really in a really hard spot right now. While it's doing well financially, as we reopened, our employee count.
Secretary, do we have a quorum?
You have 6?
I think we're -1 on my screen, so I just wanted to make sure that we knew that.
You are correct. I don't see Jesse here.
Let me see if I can contact her, okay?
But we do have a quorum. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can continue, Joseph.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So we're really in a tough spot, and I came to you, you know, as I've been here for a while now. One of the earlier things that I wanted to look at was pay scales down at the casino that seemed low, and now we're in the spot where they are, you know, just too low to really keep going. So I asked for what I believe is the fair and equitable way of at least getting us back into the ball game, and that's a $3.50 per hour raise for all employees. I ask for it for all employees because if you go in and start messing around at different spots and different salaries, it puts pressures in the pay scale that suddenly now you've got the supervisors unhappy, you've got other people unhappy who are asking for it. So I believe that you know, it's necessary to do it across the board. So let me start with some of the data on why I think this is necessary, and then we'll talk about the numbers. You know, I sent you a listing of our overtime numbers. You know, $13,000 to $15,000 in a month, and the overtime is just too high. It's unacceptable, and it's being caused by our inability to recruit and retain, and it's a double-edged sword that we are currently experiencing. Let me explain. As you can see, we're recruiting right now for 29 open positions, actually 30 if you include one of the manager jobs. 13 of those positions that we're trying to fill are currently at $11.50 an hour. We are not getting applicants for these positions. We're not getting applicants across the board for our positions because our pay scales are unattractive to employees or to potential employees. When you go down 6th Street and you see $15 an hour, $16 an hour, different numbers from different other places, you know, we're not competitive. And, you know, the old days you could say, well, Sleepy Klamath Falls, it's not a big city, it's not. Well, you know, the cost of living here is just as high for our employees as it is anywhere else. Certainly housing is rapidly caught up, and cost of food has gone up, and our starting salary has stayed at $11.50 while all these other prices have gone up. And it's just, I don't know how folks, you know, can look at a job for $11.50 and continue to raise a family on that kind of number. So there's the problem on the recruitment side, and I did send you that ad that our competitors, brethren up the road at Siletz have put out, and they are offering $1,000 signing bonus, which I don't agree with. It says it's limited in scope, but it doesn't really explain who would get it and how many years you got to be there to get it. But people see that and are attracted by it. They've gone to a $15 an hour minimum salary. And then they've added on top of that a $5 an hour summer bonus. Now, my understanding from talking to some other places that are offering that summer bonus is that they think that we've got to offer that now. And then by the end of the summer, when the unemployment numbers change, thank you. When the unemployment numbers change, people come off unemployment, they don't get the extra money. Oh, there's going to be all these people looking for work. And I don't think that's going to happen. And when that doesn't happen, what are they going to do with the $5 an hour? Are they going to stop it? People that went there just for the $5 are going to leave. Others are going to be concerned about it. So I don't think that that's a good policy, and I don't think that the signing bonus is a good idea. Because how do I look at employees that have served that casino since day one and tell them, oh, I'm giving this kid off the street $1,000 signing bonus, but you're not getting anything. I have a problem with that as a manager and as a leader at the property. So it's on the recruitment side that we are woefully uncompetitive. It's also within our existing employees who started at $11.50 and maybe they've gone all the way up to $13, $14 an hour, and now look across the street and say, well, what the hell? I can start across the street here for $15 an hour, and I'm still trying to get there after a couple of years of working here. And we are in the process of losing people who have been at the casino for a while because they can go get higher pay, starting pay, than they're getting now from us. So that's why I've asked for this increase across the board. It's designed to cover both the loss of already existing employees, making our current salaries more competitive, and it's also to try and make us more competitive on the hiring end. Questions from council at this point? Or shall I just finish?
Any questions, comments? Don't see any at this point. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, sure. As we look at this, and it's a little complicated, so I try and think of it. You know, right now, we've been doing these 50 cents an hour to keep up with the minimum, with the state increases of minimum wage, but it sort of hits in the middle of the year. It hits July 1. So, you know, it's a half year here, a half year there. I just would rather present it as a thought in terms of full years. So for this year, the cost, you were going to have to increase salaries by about $125,000 for the remaining 6 months in order to get us just up to the state minimum wage of $12. And in order to do what I'm requesting, it would add another almost 500, was it, Kenny? It'll cost $475 across the board. So we would
it's an additional 700,000 for a year. So another 350 for
it's another 350 on top of that for the half a year for this existing half a year. And then if we think of it in terms of a full year, it's about 250 to do the basic increases that are required, and then an additional 700 on a yearly basis. Now that's for the first year. The second year, you're going to have another 200, say, if we didn't do it, that would have to kick in. So that difference of what it's costing you will slowly decrease as the state mandate decreases. So it's across the board for a full year, 975, but it's 250, 275 already. So you're looking at 700 to start for a full year. And I know that's a lot of money. I did include in my things to you a very draft budget for this current year, which we're about to wrap up, based on existing numbers. And it looks like we still maintain a profitable year of, maybe 1.7, 1.9 by the end of the year from casino revenues, including these increases. So my fear is that if we don't do anything, we're going to have to start reducing our services. And that could mean, only being open 5 days a week. It could mean being open, 11 to 11, or some kind of changing in what we're able to do down there, because it's really gotten to a tight spot for security right now. As you know, we have functions that are required by the compact in order to stay operating, and some of that is due with security. Some of it's with count team and drop team numbers, and we're already limited in what we can do in the hotel at a time when we could be making more money than we are right now. So that's why I come to you with this request, respectfully. Thank you.
Any questions or comments, council members? Yeah, Member Dumont.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Joseph, I support this completely. And for folks listening in, we had a pretty good work session on it earlier, and we're able to ask a lot of questions. One of the things that I note here, right, is that we're having some of the best months that we've had in a decade. I think one of the recent months was one of the best month ever. And that's happening, of course, despite the limits placed on us by the virus, despite the low wages that we currently have relative to other employers in town, despite the fact that because of our low levels of employment, not able to keep ourselves fully staffed up, the hotel is running, way below capacity, 25, 30, 33% maybe. So we need to do what we need to do to stay competitive and to capitalize on the progress that we're making there. And so, I fully support this. I see that the bottom line there that you have over 1990 levels is approaching double in terms of the bottom line, or 1990 levels, I'm sorry, 2019 levels. And that includes all the raises that you're asking for are already figured into that. So I'm going to support this.
Comments, questions, other council members? Okay, if no comments or questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve the request, the salary increase is presented. Okay, Member Palace makes that motion. Is there a second? Member Dumont? Okay, Secretary, when you have opportunity, please conduct the vote. Joseph and Kenny, thank you so much for the work on this.
Just a note, can we have a friendly amendment to that to begin on 6/28?
Yes, ma'am. 6/28 is the beginning of our pay period.
On it?
Would that work, Member Palace? Okay, okay, we'll clear with that. Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Was that from you, Secretary, or was it? Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. Oh, yeah, that makes clear.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Abstain.
Jeannie McNair,
Jane,
Willa Palace,
I have to abstain. I have an immediate family member that would benefit from this.
Jesse Hikaka,
I am abstaining. I joined the conversation late and only caught the tail end.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
that will be 3-4, 0 opposed, 5 abstentions.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council, very much.
Yeah.
Employees will appreciate this and hopefully
definitely.
we'll be able to get going.
Good. Thanks for the great work, folks.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, so does that take us to number 7, the 55-acre street signs, or are we looking at the KRRC?
If Mandy's on, we will move to the KRRC. I told her, geez, we're way early. There
Yeah.
she is, though.
Good job.
I'm available.
Okay. So
Hello, everybody.
hello. Thanks for joining us today, Mandy. I know
Yeah,
folks have had an opportunity to take a look at this. It sounds like it's gone through legal review. Certainly important to try to move forward to make sure we have monitors on the ground for any kind of ground disturbing activities. But I'll turn it over to you to walk us through this a little bit and for our members listening in so they know what this is about.
okay. This is an agreement between Pacific Core, KRRC, and the Klamath Tribes. And what it is a third-party access agreement. And what that means is that it's Pacific Core's property, and they are allowing KRRC and their contractors to go onto their property to do the dam removal work. This phase is surveys, phase 2 surveys. And so we as a contractor have to enter into this agreement. We sent it to Ed Goodman, and he made a few changes, and I think they kind of butted heads on it and finally came to an agreement. And then there was an issue with the certificate of insurance, liability insurance. And so after going back and forth with that, late yesterday afternoon, we came to an agreement with Judy and our finance and Ed Goodman and their lawyers. And so that's where we're at today, asking for approval of this contract.
Questions or comments, folks? I know you had opportunity, Clay. I had a chance to look at it at lunch too.
Yeah, I had asked Mandy just before the lunch break was over to send the email correspondence with Ed Goodman, so I'm looking at that.
So this is
So
basically.
they want to
to-
begin.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
asking,
I'm
this-
sorry.
basically at this point, just to have access to do cultural resource surveys.
Access to Pacific Core property to conduct the cultural resource surveys. It's phase 2 surveys.
Okay, great.
And there is 2 sessions where they'll be out there for 8 days each session. And that's what we're approving, is that the access to their property.
And the surveys will be done by our crews and our trained folks.
Yes, we have 2 CRTs identified and are working on the hiring process for those. They've been turned in. I don't know if they've completely been hired yet by the tribe, but we have two CRTs identified.
Thanks.
Any more questions?
No, I think I see Clay's over there looking at correspondence, the email correspondence. I don't see any more questions. Anybody have any questions or comments? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. And hi, Mandy. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the opportunities. I think Perry had previously told us that he's going to be offering more training for CRTs, and will that be made available for any of these positions?
Right now, this is just the preliminary work for the dam removal. It's just the phase 2 surveys. It'll be 2 sessions. We are working on putting together a training, at least a monitoring training. We've been short-staffed, so we're trying to get everything together to put on that training. But in the future, this is just a small part of the dam removal project. This is just the surveys, preliminary surveys. And once we move forward, we should have more people out there on the ground working. And I know that we've referred them to Education and Employment Department to get more opportunities for tribal members other than CRT work, so.
Excellent, thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, Mandy, I noted that in section 8, Les Anderson is still there. I don't know if you're going to change that or if he's going to remain there in the contract. He's listed with Perry.
Okay, we didn't catch that.
Clay has his magnifying glass out.
No, I'm finished looking at it, Chairman.
Good point.
I'm going to abstain, not because I have necessarily seen anything wrong, but I just have had to look at it so quickly. The section, for example, 26.5, where it's talking about protection of information and how this contract fits with cultural resource protection laws, NAGPRA. I'm a little unsure. I see that there are questions in the email about photography. So it's not that I think it's necessarily bad or wrong. It's just, it's too quick for me and I didn't get a chance to ask questions, in advance and satisfy myself that everything's as it should.
Thanks for joining, Les. I guess you're here for the other item from planning, or you just, okay, great. Yeah, we're talking about agreement with KRRC, and I know you're in Culture and Heritage when we were starting to work through that, so didn't know if you're chiming in that capacity, but I see not. Okay, thank you, Clay, for sharing that. I think if there are no other questions or concerns voiced, I would entertain a motion either to move forward or to reject, but I think one way to handle it, I think we'd likely pass this, so I entertain a motion to approve the third site access agreement between Pacific Corps and Klamath Tribal Renewal Corporation and the Klamath Tribes. Yes, Member Palace has a question.
Since this is a preliminary project, will this agreement be updated or will there be a new one drafted when the other work begins?
I am not sure. I cannot answer that right now. As far as I know, this is just for the preliminary work to do the 2 sessions of surveys. I believe there'll be work orders or task orders. I don't remember which phrase they used as we move forward. So there will be new parts of the agreement or new task orders identifying the work that will be done in the future.
So, and it was noted that Les's name was in there, so I'm assuming that'll be redacted or taken out, deleted.
We can remove that.
Okay.
And then send you an updated copy with that for signature, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So,
Is that
what would
okay?
the Tribal Council like to do? Someone comfortable making a motion to approve the agreement?
Chairman, I will do
Yes.
that with the revision.
Okay, with the revision noted. Okay. Secretary Frost makes that motion. Is there a second to the motion? Member Lang, okay. If there's no further discussion, Secretary, please conduct the vote when you're ready.
Clay Dumont,
Abstain?
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention at 602.
Okay, great. Motion carries. Thank you, Mandy. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, yeah. All right, so the next item, does that bring us to the 55-acre street signs? Is that why you're on, Les? I think that's the next item, correct? I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I think Jared's first, but yeah, we're both here.
Okay. Yeah, there's two items. The tribal transportation program, we have that as item 8, but the street signs is first. Maybe we can get to that.
Oh. Either one.
Yeah, we might as well go to the street signs. If you're ready.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Les.
Do you want me to share my screen or?
That may be the
You
best
guys
way to
have
do it.
that?
I think we do have it, but maybe you could share the screen and walk us through it. It's item 2.7 in our. So you'll provide a little bit of background for folks. to
Okay,
see.
yeah, there we go. There, can you see it?
Yes.
Les, can you make it a little bit larger?
I was gonna ask you that. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure. How's that?
Way better. Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, well, this request it kind of came in at the the final hour. What we had going on there, we do have construction going on at 55 acres for the improvement project. And one of the last phases of the construction is that they are going to post street signs. Well, during some email traffic that I had seen or was on previously, that I kind of noticed that there was some traffic going back and forth by the use of using street or travel language on street signs. So I just, due to the previous project design for the 55-acre minor street project and drainage improvement project, as the as-built plan calls for, street signs to be used using travel language and words under the English street signs, which the street signs will have English or will say Thornberry, Chokecherry, or the name will stay in English on top for residents in the area that will be, that for UPS or for services, delivery services or what have you. So there'll be both the English and the travel language on those street signs. And so, yeah, I need to finish my, okay. So in the most recent email, as I alluded to, the traffic regarding the use of travel words for street signs, it came to my attention to vet this to council through emails on 6/17 of the 55-acre project was indeed using the proper spelling of the words for the street signs. The 55-acre property and the drainage improvement project was designed before both the planning director, Jared Hall, and myself, the Tribal Transportation Program Manager, entered into the program. So as today, I'm requesting that the TTP is asking for Tribal Council to please review both versions of the spellings of the street signs and decide which spelling is to be used. And based on that information that was sent in that email that Mr. Dumont had sent or received, or he basically sent it to Dr. Dupree, and Joe had sent back the spelling. If I may, I'd like to share my screen. I know that I sent this along, and this is the first version of it here of what the street signs say and the wordage. And this is the second with the correct spelling, or I should say, I don't know if it's the correct spelling. I'll let you decide that. And so, and this is how it looks on the as-built on our construction plan. So these signs are, they're 14 inches. And you can see here, there'll be 2 inches on top. It kind of gives you the design over here, 5-inch words, comes down another 2-inch spacing, 3 inches of word spacing, and the final 2 inches, adding up to 14 inches. But what I'd like to do is share my screen with. I'm gonna go back here to let you see that. Is that shared or is that not shared?
It's the same screen we were looking at.
Okay.
So ago.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Does he just need to?
Basically, it's a breakdown. What I'm trying to pull up to you is a breakdown of Dr. Dupree's language.
Sure.
This is Jesse. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So it sounds like there's a couple of different ways that these could be spelled. I had a question. Which way, which spelling, I guess, were we using when we named the Wellness Center in Guthul Gigawa? Because I'd like to continue on that same track, especially because we're talking about naming the fitness center. And then I know that there's a conversation with the city of Chiloquin. And if we're talking about consistency, well, we already have buildings that have been named already. And if we're wanting to move forward with continuing to be consistent with naming, I'd like to stay on that same track. And I see on the what you're showing here for the street signs, and it says wide white bars. Are the street signs going to be white?
No, well, I
Because I
think,
kind of prefer them to be blending in with our natural environment.
no, that's just the way they are in the plans. They'll be
Okay.
like regular street signs, the green and white reflective tape.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yes, I think I can speak to the councilwoman's question. So all of our buildings, all the signage that we have on our buildings, for example, the please don't smoke signs that we have outside, those are all consistent with the changes that Dr. Dupree has suggested. So those are all coming out of the Barker Dictionary, which is also consistent with the language materials that we all receive that go back at least as far as Director Bettles when he was in charge of the Culture and Heritage Department. The Chiloquin signs, we lost control of. I didn't understand what was happening, at least until after it was too late. Those are based on a different, what they call orthography or sign symbol system, which is the Gatchett Dictionary. So in order to stay consistent with what we have now on our buildings, we would want to okay what's being presented here. The signs that are, let's see, I have in front of me from the materials, I don't see it up on the screen, some mock-ups of the signs. Do we have those?
Yeah, sorry, I'll go back.
Those are Those are the 1890 Gatchet versions. Those would not be the ones that are consistent with our buildings.
Okay, I'll go back to the,
Am I answering your question, Jesse?
Yes,
you are seeing this language, correct?
Yes.
With Joe's
Yes.
wordage, the
yes.
Joe's is the new and the green is the old, which I'm assuming came from culture and heritage. Like I say, that even probably happened before I was in culture heritage, because this project was in design. I'm not sure exactly when the concept came into existence.
Yes, Secretary?
And I'm not sure whether this was a housing was the department that worked on the names for this project, since it's a housing project, or whether it was planning, but I would like to, if we acquire other property that we're going to be naming streets, I would like to have our tribal names first, and you can put English underneath that.
So vice versa.
Yeah, let's make people uncomfortable and have to, you know, say our tribal names, because they're our tribal names and it'll be our land. I mean, I'd just be a proponent of that.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I agree. That was going to be my next comment. So
I'm sorry. It's a difficulty here. Right there, Mr. Dumont. Clay, is that what you're talking about right there? The as-built signs?
yes, so that is the other dictionary, the one that is not currently used on our buildings and on our signage on our buildings.
So so then if it's an agreement, and what I'm asking for is if we go with Dr. Dupree's version right here, these words, I do have to let the contractor know by today, so he can order those signs, so those signs can be start to be the order can be put in and made. We've had them put off now for the last week. He was ready to order them, and it's going to take a few weeks for them to be made.
So is there opportunity to put the Klamath name on top at this point, or is too late?
Well, Jared, are you? we could ask that. We could request that. I mean, means the signs have not been made yet to put on top. But I'm assuming the reasoning for the English version to be on top is for convenience of the delivery drivers. Jared did, and I could let Jared answer that as well if you'd like, Jared. But there was one of the residents did call and ask that, hey, are we, we're changing the names, but will that still stay the same? Will there be an English version, so people delivering Amazon or whatever, they'll know where to come? So I'm assuming it's for convenience purposes.
I would think that since this project had been started so long ago, that the English versions were what were turned in. And at this point, it would be hard, maybe not impossible to change it, but it would cause an inconvenience for those people that are living out there, that's their address. I'm just suggesting that going forward, just like a lot of the names in Chiloquin, they're tribal. And if we submit the tribal names first, then that's what they would be known as. And that's the delivery drivers would have to, it wouldn't make any difference to them. It'd come up on their GPS or whatever.
Okay.
I guess that's a great point, Secretary Frost, because all this kind of stems from that language on dealing with the street signs for the Chiloquin project. And so I actually never seen what those signs will look like, or has anybody seen what those signs look like? Is the English version on top, or is the tribal version on top? I don't know. I mean, but that's, yeah, we want to stay consistent.
I think the difference there is that we own this property. We don't own the city of Chiloquin.
Member
That's
Dumont?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what the secretary is saying. You know, we want our language to become as practical as possible, meaning it's something that people are using and using regularly. And if we put our language on top, that will become hopefully, you know, dominant in the minds of tribal members, and it'll become second nature. So, and that, I think those are the kinds of things we need to do. We need to make it an everyday use kind of a thing. And I agree with Councilwoman Hikakta. These are our properties, and we should have our language be the lingua franca, the common everyday language on those properties. So hopefully going forward, we can do that. And Chairman, I'd make the motion that we go ahead and okay this spelling as presented, so they can go on ahead with signage.
Okay, motion by member Dumont to move forward with the changes presented. Spelling is presented. Is there a second? Okay, second by Secretary Frost. With no further comments or questions, Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang. I'll come back to Ellsworth. Jeannie McNair,
Abstain.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikakta,
Abstain.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
I abstain. I missed part of the conversation. I apologize. I had to take a call.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, it'll be 404.
Okay. All right, motion carries. Thank you, Les.
No, thank you guys. I really appreciate that. I will let them know as soon as possible.
Real quick, so one of the online listeners would like to know where they can access the Barker Dictionary.
I believe that, well, Culture and Heritage has copies, and yeah, it may be online. I know the Gadget Dictionary is. Les, do you know, is the Barker Dictionary online?
It is online, yes.
Can you drop it in the chat? Like I said, one of our members would love to get their hands on it, and it would just be nice if I could relay that to him, or if we can get that somehow, and I'll post that.
Okay,
Thanks, Ellsworth.
thank you.
With that,
Thank you, council.
We'll go to the next item. We've got Jared on to lead us through with the Tribal Transportation Program funding request.
Hello, everybody. Is that loud?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, this is obviously has to do with the Climate Tribes Planning Department, Tribal Transportation Program, just routine, obviously routine procedure of getting a reference funding agreement signed by the chairman and getting them returned to the proper agency. This is, as you can see from the application form, I don't know if you guys want me to share the screen and bring up the actual reference funding agreement for review, or I don't know how much time you guys have had to take a look at it. I'm sure you guys have seen it in the past, and we've had work sessions with Red Plains to discuss this program in detail, but if you guys would like, we could bring it up if people want to read it, or just listen to the narrative here on the meeting.
What is the wishes of the council?
Secretary, I'm fine. I reviewed it already, so don't do it for me, but if others do, that's fine.
And I can read the authority to the audience so they can kind of understand a little bit what this is. But as you can see from the actual the funding request form, it's a non-competitive renewal grant This year is a little bit different because attached to the annual funding agreement, the mechanism they used to filter in COVID relief supplemental dollars through the highway infrastructure program. That was an addendum to this agreement. Although I'll explain to you after we're done talking about the agreement itself. I'll tell you what our plans are or what we're going to try to do and work with to get that taken care of. But basically, this agreement's been in play for some time now with the planning department. I don't know the exact date, but I want to say it's back in 2011 when it was originally signed, and it's went through several legislative changes. You know, with the FAST Act, you know, we're in the FAST Act era now, but before that time, there was MAP 21 legislation and Safety Lou legislation that basically authorized this program to be conducted through the Bureau of Indian Affairs to try to go into compact with the Bureau of Indian Affairs to run a tribal transportation program. And so reading the Section 1 authority of the agreement, just for the audience so they can understand what this is about. This reference funding agreement is entered into by the Director of the Bureau of Indian Affairs on behalf of the Secretary of the Interior and by the Klamath Tribes, and together with the BIA pursuant to the Tribal Transportation Program Agreement between the parties for comprehensive transportation planning, research, design, engineering, construction, maintenance of highway, road, bridge, parkway, or transit facility programs or projects that are located on or which provide access to the Klamath Tribes Reservation, along with the related program administration activities, associated transportation services authorized by Chapter 2 of Title 23 United States Code. And then it goes into the FAST Act, which is Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act. Then there's a lot of amendments that kind of walk you through some of the more statutory language of why tribes are a little bit different than a state or a county or a different types of government. But that's the main agreement. It has the body and the text, the effective date, the purpose, activities to be performed, the summary of funds, and obviously there's our breakdown. Our breakdown is our base funding amount for the TTP program is in this annual funding cycle is $2.226,513,000, and that is decided by a tribal shares formula, which is basically dictated by 39% of it is distributed through the NAHASDA formula, 27% of it is with our current road inventory, and the remaining 34% is decided by our historical transportation network. And that's how we ended up with that base funding amount. And they obviously add a 2% kicker fund for planning activities to go on top of that. But obviously in this funding agreement, they included the Highway Infrastructure Program Fund, which is a part of the CARES Act and the COVID-19 relief funding. And so the total amount that came in this year is $2.816,230,000. And what our proposal is, by looking at the form, since we still have old Indian Reservation road funds from previous AFAs still available, and we have them programmed and already budgeted for, even though we have quite a bit of projects going on, we roughly have a little under 2 million still remaining for the remainder of this year in the projects that we're closing out, the projects that were currently started, and then we're starting another, hopefully by tomorrow at the end of the day, we'll have another successfully awarded construction project, which will chew into that a little bit, but we still have plenty to get through this year, and I believe we have a little bit to start next year's projects. So we're recommending that the 2.226 million with the 50,000 planning fund gets invested immediately in the current road inventory investment, or the road fund investment. And we'll go ahead, and we've been working with the BIA on getting clarity of the COVID-19 relief HIP funds for 539,000. And it actually comes in at a good time because we did receive notification today. We can use those funds for the tribal court parking lot project, where our bids are closing tomorrow. And by 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, we will know, we'll have an awarded bid for that project. So we're thinking this would be an excellent match for that, since that's basically a CARES Act COVID-19 project as well. And we've already kind of vetted that with the BIA. The main restriction to using these funds is to have a project already approved and loaded on the tip. And we do. The Tribal Court parking lot has been loaded on the tip. And obviously a couple of council meetings ago, we amended the BIA route to put that project in compliance with the long range transportation plan, the associated BIA route, and the tribal improvement program plan database. So we're all set to go with that project. And so I foresee these funds being spent out by the end of 2021.
Any questions or comments of council members? If not, I'd like to move forward and would entertain a motion to move forward with the RFA Tribal Transportation Program Agreement as presented.
I'll make that up.
Okay, Member
Ellsworth.
Lang, would you like to second Member Dumont?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Member Lang, second by Member Dumont. Secretary, please conduct the vote when you have, when you're ready. Thanks.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace.
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop.
Yes.
Your voice got high, Rose. And I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, it'll be 701.
Okay, motion carries. Appreciate that, Jared. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
On the agenda, it looks like we have Julie Bettles from our Education and Employment Department. Is she on or hopefully going to join shortly? So we have the OCF K-12 Summer Learning Grant and Senate Bill 13 update from the Senate Bill 13 committee.
I know for sure the SB 13 committee isn't coming on till 3. But,
Oh,
but
okay.
Julie's here.
Oh, they're
Hi,
coming.
good afternoon, Tribal Council. And I did ask Mandy Robinson to rejoin, so she might be in the waiting room. So I'll give a brief overview. The Oregon as you were, the Oregon Community Foundation paired up with Oregon Department of Education to offer funding for summer programming, K through 12, and that's why I invited Culture and Heritage. We do have several events and activities that are coming our way this summer, to include the Youth Summit and the Culture Camp. And this funding is to support our youth coming back up post-pandemic, with the impact that the K-TRAP funding not being available this year has caused on our programs. This was a great opportunity for us to take advantage of the funding being offered. It's it's a non-competitive one-time funding for use specifically for summer projects. The Oregon Community Foundation grants are intended to be used towards ensuring youth and families have access to summer learning and/or enrichment programs. The grant program recognizes that the pandemic has had wide and varied impacts on youth and families across the state, and therefore these grants are intended to ensure youth and families have opportunities to help them address the educational, social, emotional, and other impacts of the pandemic. The Klamath Tribes has a large number of students that need youth engagement activities and services throughout the year. The educational programs and events during the summer fill the gap from the academic pause and serve students in grades pre-kindergarten through 18 years of age. In addition to the education department programs, events, and cultural activities are coordinated with our health education youth prevention program, and also with the Culture and Heritage Department, working to produce community engagement and active participation. During the summer months and planning and into the new academic year, several supported services and youth activities occur that can supply an abundance of cultural engagement and community building events. As I'd mentioned, in 2020, our annual events were impacted due to the national safety and health protocols put in place following the COVID pandemic. To regain and strengthen our community spirit, the OCF funding will assist to bring back human and family connection through a positive approach and with active engagement. Some activities include supporting Culture Camp and the 5th Annual Youth Summit with limited hands-on participation and an increase of virtual guided instruction. On the 3rd page of the request that I had submitted, there is a budget that I worked with Mandy to help develop. And I don't know if Roberta, do you have that available to share or not, or if it's needed? I'll just briefly run over that. The proposed budget. I don't know, is that the one?
Julie?
It is $130,000, yes. But that also includes the fringe. So for the education department, it comes to a total of $72,635. And for culture and heritage, it is $47,365. So the proposed budget includes a temp with fringe or a CIP for the summer months, the youth summit through the Youth Initiative Prevention Program, the Youth Initiative Community Sign Project, restoration supplies, the back to school fair, clothing and gift cards. And I did put transition for the new fitness center, and that's if that funding will be needed. Otherwise, we will put it back towards our youth events, because I am looking at an alternative grant for the fitness center. The JOM youth supplies, because this funding can also be used for supplies if it's not utilized for all the summer activities. To include Indigenous Peoples Day and the Fall Festival event. So by pre-purchasing supplies for that event. Youth clinics and the culture and care, culture camp and culture and heritage event supplies. So are there any questions at this time? That's the budget I was just reading about.
Questions, comments? Member Dumont?
Yeah, thank you for the work, Julie, and
Yes,
Mandy.
absolutely.
Looks wonderful. I think a comment request. I see that one of the items there, the cultural camp, is for teepee poles. I've always thought it would be really cool if we could include our own Klamath style lodges into this. I don't even know if that understanding is still around, but I'd sure support research into that, so that rather than Plains style lodges, we could be learning about our own, teaching our kids our own.
Thanks, Clay. So, any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to move forward and approve a request as presented. I'm just going to look for the actual title of it.
The Oregon Community Foundation Summer Program Funding.
Yes, that's great. Just got there. So would somebody like to do that?
I'll make the motion, Chairman.
Okay, Member Dumont, is there a second?
Second.
Second, was that you, Jeannie?
Yes, it is.
All right. Okay, Secretary, whenever you're ready, please conduct the vote.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
I will abstain, only because I am on the Leadership Council for OCF for the Southern Oregon region.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
I vote yes. With your abstention, Chairman, it'll be 602.
Okay, Secretary, thank you. The motion carries. All right.
Thank you very much, Tribal Council, for your time. And I will come back on at 3 o'clock with the Senate Bill 13.
Okay. So next up, I'm not sure if Mark's listening in. I'm going to text him real quick. I just tried to call his phone. Just let him know that we were ready for him.
We also have Joseph.
Yeah, maybe we can do that while we're, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, Joseph, if you want to lead us through. Thank you, Joseph. I can't text and think and talk at the same time. So this is regarding the American Rescue Plan Act presentation and also update on the CARES Fund project approvals.
Thank you, Chairman and Tribal Council and viewers from home. My name is Joseph Allen. I'm the COVID-19 response specialist for tribal government. And one of the most recent assignments that was requested was for a presentation regarding allocable expenditures under the CARES funds, or ARPA, sorry. So what I first wanted to do was establish a timeline similar with presenting the CARES funding to general membership throughout the end of 2020 and 2021. There was a lot of advocacy from tribal governments and states that we were getting down to the deadline and spending CARES dollars, and there was going to be an economic impact and community impact as a result of isolation and mitigation of COVID-19. So on this slide, I'm just establishing when the new administration signed HR 1319 into law, which is known as the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA, as I will refer to it throughout this presentation. I'm not sure if a lot of representatives such as Tribal Council, you may have seen that when the new administration took office, there was a memorandum for them to increase their relationship with tribal nations. And we really did see that action start taking effect throughout the enforcement of the American Rescue Plan Act. So through May and currently, actually, we have more tribal consultations coming up with the Department of Treasury on allowable and allocable expenditures under the American Rescue Plan. I did send out an email to Tribal Council this morning, letting them know that there was an additional FAQ that was just released. So we kind of are experiencing the same roller coaster ride as during CARES funds. You know, they're just expanding on what the fund uses can be for states and local tribes. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see that on June 9th, the Klamath Tribes received their first allocation of ARPA funds, $27,860,779. July 9th is the deadline to confirm tribal employment numbers, 2019 employment numbers, which we submitted to receive CARES funds as well. I just wanted to highlight for viewers, when it comes to receiving federal funds, there are restrictions in the utilization of funds. Federal funds shall be utilized for assistance-based programs. We do have a lot of requirements in regards to how we account for those funds and recording of those expenditures and maintaining records under the American Rescue Plan. There is a 5-year requirement upon the completion of the performance of those dollars. You have to hang on to your records for 5 more years. So for those of us that have reviewed the American Rescue Plan, there is till if you allocate funding by 2024 and you have a performance period until 2026, you have to hold on to them for another 5 years after that date. All expenditures must follow the prudent person rule, must be necessary and reasonable costs incurred to meet the needs of proposed project outcomes. What I've been doing, or
No.
oh, so when Dr. Dumont was mentioning during our last regular council meeting that I have a lot of legal documents on my desk, going over the interim final rules and the actual legislation, the law that was passed, you know, the interim final rules establish what the categories are for tribes and states on the flexibility to use those funds. And one of the results of tribal consultation was we were able to advocate together, all 574 tribes, you know, were inquiring and asking for a lot of latitude so that we could best meet the needs of our people. The American Rescue Plan Act provides that payments from the fund may only be used to cover costs that support urgent COVID-19 response efforts to continue to decrease spread of the virus and bring the pandemic under control, replace lost public sector revenue to strengthen support to vital public services and help retain jobs, support immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses, and address systemic public health and economic challenges that have contributed to unequal impacts of the pandemic on certain populations. And so when it comes to using these funds, similar to the way that the CARES Act was implemented, they gave us specific categories, and then a lot of us have been creative under those categories when finding the flexibility and meeting the needs. I'll provide an update on some of the CARES projects that I'm working on after this. Fiscal recovery funds is what they're called this time. A substantial infusion of resources to help turn the tide on the pandemic, address its economic fallout, and lay the foundation for a strong and equitable recovery. I pulled a lot of this, and I tried to cite my sources. I pulled a lot of it from the guidance and the federal documents that were sent to us, so that I can let you know that a lot of this information is available to the public. You just can find it on the Department of Treasury website. The examples listed are non-exhaustive, so I just was reading the FAQs released today, and there is a lot more that's been added into it. So under those categories, to support public health response, some of the examples, uses of funding are services to contain and mitigate the spread, including vaccination, contact tracing, capacity enhancements, and related activities, behavioral health care services, including mental health, substance misuse, crisis intervention, and payroll and benefits for public health providers. And so what I want to frame about this funding is that, you know, we are upon a time where the vaccine is readily available, or at least in emergency use. So what the federal government is trying to do through ARPA is provide assistance to address everything that was a result of the pandemic, including job loss, or, you know, there were studies that were going on during the pandemic where we were able to show that American Indians and Alaska Natives were more at risk and susceptible to the impacts of the virus. The next one is address negative economic impacts. Respond to economic harms to workers, families, small businesses, impacted industries, and the public sector. Example, use of funds, deliver assistance to workers and families, including support for unemployed workers, aid to households, and survivor benefits for families of COVID-19 victims, which is, in my conversation with one of the council members, we would, kind of like to look into where a lot of these benefits are provided by states and federal governments, but we do want to find out what we can use these funds to benefit our people as well, because we are government. Support small businesses with loans, grants, in-kind assistance and counseling programs, speed the recovery of impacted industries, including tourism and travel, which has been a couple of the items that we're addressing now, is increasing our capacity to better provide services, because we're seeing it locally. People are getting out of their houses, and we have to be able to support the businesses we have. Rebuild public sector capacity by rehiring staff, replenish unemployment, implement economic relief plans. Do I have any questions yet? All right.
Don't see any, Joseph.
Replace public sector revenues. Use funds to provide government services to the extent of reduction in revenue experienced due to the pandemic. In my personal opinion and review of all of these documents, one of the things that they do mention about tribal governments is a lot of shareholders may be aware that our revenue generated from Klamoya or our other economic businesses, it has to be the excess revenue has to be utilized in a way that we're providing services to our people. So there has been a letter that was sent out by the treasurer of the Klamath Tribes, letting members know that there wasn't going to be a per capita distribution, because we did have a closure for a long time last year, and it did hurt a lot of the social programs we provide or supplement with those funds. So what this is saying, wherever there's a budget shortfall, we can utilize American Rescue Plan dollars to make sure that those services are not diminished in any way. Premium pay for essential workers. Offer additional support to those who have and will bear the greatest health risks because of their service in critical infrastructures sectors. Essential workers, I can say that we did address the hazard pay last year through CARES. I see that key sectors include healthcare, grocery and food services, education, childcare, sanitization, and transit. And when I was just reading the most recent document, it was speaking about those that directly have contact with the public because they're at the greatest risk, or those that continue to facilitate the services needed to mitigate COVID-19. Over here on the right-hand side, I pulled some of this data, which is what we'll have to do in utilizing these funds, is have data to demonstrate why we're providing the service. So similar to grant management, you establish what the need is and set up your objectives. And so I pulled this because it's showing that American Indians, on reservations, majority of the jobs are food and lodging, which is, true for us, and public administration, which is true for us as well. Water and sewer infrastructure. Make necessary investments to improve access to clean drinking water and invest in wastewater, stormwater infrastructure, such as building and upgrade facilities and transmission, distribution, and storage systems. Eligible uses align to the Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Water Act. broadband infrastructure, make necessary investments to provide unserved or underserved locations with new and expanded broadband, focus on households and businesses without access to broadband and those with connections that do not provide minimally acceptable speeds, 100 download, 100 upload megabytes per second. Over on the right, figure 1 demonstrates that of rural communities, 36% tribal lands don't have adequate broadband services. Amounts unexpended, and this is kind of reassurance for the membership watching. We did receive the 27 million, and the goal is to set up a plan for all of these funds, at which point I will bring the resolution that I would like to ask tribal council to consider, even though the title on this slide changed or should have changed. Give me 1 second. In regards to the American Rescue Plan, I think that it's very important that we have a solid foundation and starting point, because we have the ability to expend these funds out till 2026. And the goal is to best benefit our people. We're kind of changing our posture from reactive to, planning and preparing, really. And, one of the things that I was talking to the housing committee, the homeless or houseless committee last Friday about was, the American Rescue Plan dollars kind of, what they're addressing, domestic violence or housing shortages and availability or job skill development and those other items. That's something that tribes have been fighting for decades. And so I just want to make sure, that and we know that tribal council wants to provide the opportunity for our membership to have an say in the needs. So doing a needs assessment and demonstrating how the funds are used, which is a requirement of the legislation. So I would like to start down here on the 4th whereas in regards to my proposal to council. On March 11, 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law by the President. Section 9901 of ARPA amended Title VII of the Social Security Act to add Section 602, which establishes the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, and Section 603, which establishes the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. Together, they're called the Fiscal Recovery Funds, intended to provide support to state, local, and tribal governments in responding to the impact of COVID-19 and in their efforts to contain COVID-19 in their communities, residents, and businesses. Whereas, in recognition of the disproportionate impacts of the COVID-19 virus on health and economic outcomes in low-income and Native American communities, the ARPA interim final rules identifies a broader range of services and programs that are considered to be in response to the public health emergency when provided in these communities. Specifically, Treasury will presume that certain types of services are eligible uses when provided in a qualified census tract to families living in QTCs, or when these services are provided by tribal governments. So this section, this last little part right here, and I'm pulling this stuff from the Department of Treasury's documents and the law itself. This part right here is a result of the tribal chairs attending these meetings and consultations, basically because of the, what is it called? Inequality that our people have experienced for decades. The US is giving us a lot of latitude on how to spend this. And even when I started in this new capacity, one of the things an advisor said was tribes need to not be afraid to spend these dollars you know, if you deem that your people need it, then you need to do it. And, you know, we can figure out and make sure we're doing it in the best way possible. This, moving on, whereas in addition to the eligible fiscal recovery fund, use is outlined in section 602, subsection C, Article 1, and 603, C1 of the ARPA, the Climate Tribe shall dedicate efforts in addressing health disparities and the social determinants of health, including providing community health workers, public benefit navigators, remediation of lead paint or other lead hazards, and community violence intervention programs, building stronger neighborhoods and communities, including supportive housing and other services for individuals experiencing homelessness, development of affordable housing, housing vouchers and assistance relocating to neighborhoods with higher levels of economic opportunity, addressing educational disparities exacerbated by COVID-19, including early learning services, increasing resources for high poverty school districts, educational services like tutoring or after school programs, and support for students' social, emotional, and mental health needs, and promoting healthy childhood environments, including child care, home visiting programs for families with young children, and enhanced services for child welfare involved families and youth. Whereas, as interpreted by the Treasury, the timeline to use ARPA funds includes a December 31, 2024 deadline to obligate funds. Now, therefore, be it resolved, in alignment with the mission of the Climate Tribes, the Tribal Council directs the creation of an American Rescue Plan Allocation Committee, which will be appointed by Tribal Council. Now, therefore, be further resolved, the ARPA Allocation Committee shall develop a strategic spending plan for calendar years 2022 through 2026, where tribal citizens' needs assessments and listening sessions are the primary determinant in the new plan. The ARPA Allocation Committee will establish clear objectives, performance milestones, and data elements that will ensure accountability and demonstrate that ARPA funds will be lasting and impactful for our people of the Climate Tribes. And so the last thing I would say is I really see this as an opportunity, and one of the things that Councilwoman Palace kind of noticed when we were reviewing these is that you know, the term generational change. So I see this as an opportunity for the Climate Tribes to really dedicate some effort in best using these funds for generational change. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Joseph. Thank you. Great work. Well, are there any questions or comments of council members regarding the resolution, the report and the resolution? Yes.
Just the resolution, the last now therefore, the second time you say ARPA, the middle two letters are reversed. It says APRA.
You guys do have your yes.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, Member Hickox,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
and in the resolution, I just really appreciate in the last, therefore be it resolved, talking about doing a needs assessment and listening sessions. I think that our general council membership would really appreciate that. I know there wasn't a whole lot of time to get a lot of feedback during the first rounds of funds that were provided to the Climate Tribes, and we had to justify a lot of the expenses, and they're still ongoing. So I think that general council members will see that more intention with this next round of funds, and just going through the resolution, I really also appreciate some of the things outlined in the bullet points, you know, assistance. I think it's all great, but the ones that I wanted to just say thank you so much for thinking about was the assistance relocating to neighborhoods with higher levels of economic opportunity. That's something that I've been passionate about in my work with the county on their housing committee, is stop building homes in low-income neighborhoods, stop putting people who are low-income, fixed income in low-income neighborhoods. It's not going to help them get anywhere. And the increasing resources for high poverty school districts. I think there are many of those in both the city and the county school districts where our Native students attend schools. And then also tutoring and after school programs. Tutoring is so important. And we can't just rely on our school systems for education to our youth. Sometimes it takes a little bit more, and parents and family and even teachers can't always be readily available. So having access to a tutor is important. And the after school programs, they're few and far between in Klamath County. And supporting a structure like that, I think, is going to be awesome, particularly with the conversation of a recreation district for Klamath County. That could be a really great place to align. And then the enhanced services for child welfare involved families and foster youth. I think it's so important. I know that families where there is one parent involved or both parents involved, or there's a stable parent or guardian, that's great. But sometimes we forget about our child welfare involved families and our foster youth. And that's tough. That brings more trauma to these youth as they're growing up. And so I really just appreciate that that's being highlighted in here.
Member Palace?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Joseph, for all your work on this and drafting the resolution. The ARPA funding is so much different than the CARES dollars. And when we start talking about it, we're going to start drifting from looking at what we did with the CARES money. And as that closes out, thinking about our long-term plans. And that's what I like about the ARPA funding, is that it really gives us the opportunity to create long-term planning. And what Joseph talked about, creating generational change, and like tribal council, tribal staff and tribal members really think about what that means to you. If you say, what do you want when we say we need to create generational change? Like the CARES dollars, the Treasury is still issuing guidance. So we're gonna be carefully watching that. But the difference between the CARES and the ARPA is we have a lot more time for the ARPA. The CARES, it was emergency intended. It is not the same as what ARPA is. CARES was for the immediate and emergent needs, such as like personal protective equipment, testing supplies, the things the clinic needed, the emergency general welfare payments, and the different things that we had to come up with. And then we were also on a deadline, which wasn't very good for the last presidential administration, where all tribes were, on the seat of our chairs waiting to find out if that money was going to be extended or not. And we had a plan. We're going to, have to spend it all out by December 31st. Are we going to have longer? And they ended up giving us a year longer, which is to our benefit. But ARPA is not the same. We can have a longer time to plan that. And that's the purpose of creating this allocation committee, is for us to really be intentional on what we mean by when we say generational change. And then also, like Councilwoman Hukakta said, given tribal member input. So tribal citizen member input is really important. We are planning on holding some public hearing meetings and letting our tribal members give input and talk about what exactly we can do with this ARPA funding and what's allowable, what's not. One of the biggest things I like about it is that there is a lot of money dedicated to economic development. And we all know our tribe has struggled for years and years with economic development. And this is a huge, huge opportunity for us to really look at what we're doing with our business enterprises and where we want to be 10 years from now, or even just at the end of this funding. So that strategic plan we're going to try to create with this committee will be all part of that. My recommendation for the council to consider, when we haven't actually appointed anybody to the committee yet, but one of the reasons we did the resolution and we are doing the committee and the plan is so that we have a plan in place, because we are going to be, during this process of this funding, we will be changing, we'll have a turnover in leadership, because tribal council elections are coming up in April of next year. A new council will take seat in May. So we need to make sure we have a good solid plan in place, so that way whoever's sitting on council, we still have the same plan that is what our tribal members want and what our leadership teams and this committee decides they want to allocate. And they do have till, I think, 2024 to allocate the funds, which is noted in the resolution, but we really need to be intentional about that. But again, going back to what I was saying, my recommendation for this committee is to have a position for a tribal citizen member on there. Likely, I would think it would be our CFOs and maybe a legal person, different people that wear different hats that can help really come up with a good plan for this. But I would like to see at least one position that's just an interested tribal member be appointed to this committee, similar to how our other committees are. They would have to go through the application process and be approved, but that is something I would like to see just to make sure we're being really inclusive of our members. So I'm excited to see this. This is a huge opportunity for our tribe, and thinking about the difference between what we did with the CARES dollars and the ARPA is important for people to consider. I know there's tribes that are already doing emergency payments, and some of those tribes have received a lot more money than we have, and they also have less members than we have. So I know Harvard Project, that's if you Google Harvard Project, they've done several research papers on how tribes are using the CARES monies and also what the ARPA money is going to look like. And they've talked specifically about that, about the general welfare payments and how sometimes, you know, while you're helping individual families, that doesn't really help what we're talking about when we talk about generational change and community development, nation rebuilding, and community revitalization. So those are things we need to think about when we're obligating these funds is, you know, how are we going to help create that generational change, and how do we revitalize this community and rebuild this nation to a stronger nation? And we, even though we've been hit hard by COVID, our tribe's a little unique compared to other tribes where we've been hurt prior to that because, you know, I mean, I don't always like to use termination as an excuse, but it is a fact that we have been set behind other tribes because of termination and restoration and the way, you know, we were left without a land base. So there's a lot of different factors we have to consider when we're making these decisions. So when we come back to General Counsel and look at all of this, that's just things that we need to be thinking about. And one of the things we do talk about when we're up here is thinking about the future, like where we want to be 20 years from now and not just what we need today and tomorrow. So that's my input. And again, thank you, Joseph. And I support the resolution and the creation of the committee 100%.
Thank you, Member Palace. What's the resolution number, Secretary?
It will be TC 2021-032.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to take up so much time. I know we have a lot on the agenda. Because this committee is going to be appointed with looking at different proposals, I think at some point we're going to be accepting proposals from community members and community organizations. And I'm echoing for some reason. Me and Joseph have worked together on looking at the way we manage our grants in the tribe, and we don't really have an overall system. So I would still like to recommend our tribal leadership teams look into a grant management system that could be eventually, I mean, even if it was just for this committee to use, I think it would be really helpful to not only provide for accountability for tribal members, but also to make sure we're in compliance with the Treasury's guidance on how we allocate these funds and how we spend them. But eventually I would like to see the overall tribe have a similar or the same grant management system. That way it's a lot easier to collect data. That's one of the issues we do have in the tribe is we don't have a lot of our own data, and using grants that we do use, that's one of the best ways to get that data and capture the difference we are trying to make in the community and what's working and what's not. So I really stress how important that is to have some type of software that can help with the grant management.
Could I also just add to that, Willa, and just remind council that we had approved Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services to be a part of the community health assessment, and the community health improvement plan will be formed out of that assessment, and that could also help in collecting some data that we might need to pinpoint gaps and areas for improvement. And a lot of that will encompass, not a lot, but the Klamath Tribes is a partner to the community health assessment and the improvement plan. And so we know that some of these areas that are seen as high need or high risk for the community, for the county, will include tribal members. So I think that that could also be beneficial when we're looking at developing the strategic spending plan for the calendar years 2022 through 2026. The community health assessment and the community health improvement plan are a 3-year strategic plan model.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, if there's no further discussion or questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve Tribal Council Resolution 2021-032, the resolution declaring American Rescue Plan Act funding, guidance, and objectives, and with the correction noted. Would somebody like to make that motion?
I would make that motion.
Okay, Member Hakakta, motion by Member Hakakta, second. Okay, second set by Secretary Frost. Okay, if no further discussion or questions, please conduct the vote when you're ready, Secretary.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Powlis,
Yes.
Jesse Hakakta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote will be 701.
Motion carries. So I know we had Mark on here earlier, but we have this other agenda item that you're going to walk us through, the CARES Act funding proposals. Yeah, I don't see Mark on currently, so
I
let's
think
move that.
he might be on still.
Oh, you're on there still, Mark? Yeah, would you want to come back to that then? Okay, since you're on, Mark, we'll move to the proposals that the Night Ranch Stockwater Well proposal and item 13, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Mercury funds. So yeah, oh, that's Stan going to handle that. So thanks for joining us, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. The Aquatic Resources Department is seeking tribal council approval to receive some funding for the Night Ranch Stockwater Well. That's a $25,000 grant to assist with well construction on a tribal Alates property in the Klamath Marsh area. You know, it's known that, you know, with the tribe's water qual, you know, surface water diversions for private properties have not been allowed in that part of the watershed. So we did invest in some riparian fencing a couple years ago with the intent of protecting riparian areas. And this well project will allow the riparian areas to be protected, and that the cattle will not have access to the river, which they currently do because it's the only source of water for drinking water for that property. With that, I'll take any questions.
Yeah, the question I had, this is solely for livestock drinking, correct? In which there's an allowance for that through the state provisions that allows stock water drinking. And this is mainly to, instead of allowing the animals to drink along the areas that are currently fenced, it's to provide an off-site water supply for drinking for the livestock, and it's not an irrigation well by any means. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I see you grab for the button there, Clay.
Yeah, Mark, I was just going to ask how widespread this issue is, where we've worked with federal agencies to get fencing up and then had issues with watering.
It's pretty common. You know, I recently did a survey of the Sprague River. I, you know, floated like 70 miles of the Sprague this year, and there were a number of locations where you know, there were riparian fences, but you know, basically gates were left open. Cattle had access to the river for drinking in almost all areas that I, observed. So it's very common right now.
Then my second question is if we have any understanding of how these programs that we're facilitating are matching up with our allottees, meaning are we reaching out to them? Do we have a sense of how many of them are benefiting from it or no?
I just might mention that the Bureau of Reclamation has some drought mitigation funding, and we submitted a pre-proposal to develop off-stream watering and wells for permittees. And so we have been identifying the permittees that could benefit from this program, and we'll be following up on that.
When you say permittees, do you mean allottees, the tribal allottees?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant allottees.
Okay, yeah. And just for note too, related to this, the allottees will be meeting here next Wednesday in the auditorium at 6 o'clock. And some of these issues can come up specifically in relation to the drought, and some of that is long-term need like we're talking about right now. So I suspect that there may be some more discussion about that, but just to know it's related to this. Thanks. Well, any other questions, comments, folks? Any concerns?
I make a motion to approve the
Okay.
application, Chairman.
Okay, motion by member Dumont to approve the application for the night stock water. Is
I'll
there a
second.
second?
Second?
Okay, is that member Lang? Okay, second by member Lang. Secretary, whenever you're ready, please conduct the vote.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes?
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikakta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, the count will be 701.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. So next is the Fish and Wildlife Merkley Funds Fisheries. Stan was on earlier. Are you going to cover that, Mark, or is Stan coming back on?
We still have EPA wetland development.
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, yeah, the EPA wetland development. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. I'll cover the EPA wetland. The Aquatic Resources Department is seeking tribal council approval to apply for an EPA wetland development grant. And this project is, the project title is Vegetation and Fish Distribution Mapping in the Klamath Marsh. And we're seeking $60,890 to conduct fish distribution studies in the Klamath Marsh area, as well as develop a vegetative map. There haven't been any major fish inventories or surveys on the Klamath Marsh since the early 90s. There's a proposal to do some major restoration work on the Klamath Marsh. So it would be helpful to be able to obtain some technical information on the fisheries within the marsh. Also with the recent drought conditions, we would expect the distribution of fish to be reduced. And this type of survey would, help better define the fish species that we have and their general distribution. Similarly, the vegetation survey would give us kind of a snapshot or a baseline of the current vegetation communities within the marsh. This would be more of a remote sensing GIS effort, which would be also assisted with kind of some ground truthing to verify the vegetation types. that's the focus of this particular investigation. And with that, I'll take any questions regarding the proposal.
Any questions, comments?
Yeah, Mark, it looks like this is more about monitoring. I think at one point you talk about establishing a baseline and just trying to have an understanding of the places where we have less water and the impacts. And so I was just wondering if this is going to pair up with some of the other work where you're looking more at causality. You do talk in here about groundwater and about global warming and drought. But I just, I'm interested, of course, in seeing the connections. Really concerned, of course, like I know you all are, about groundwater mining. So while this is descriptive, I'm wondering about making the causality links between some of the behaviors, the diversions and the overpumping.
Yeah, as you know, the Aquatics Resources Department has put a lot of focus in terms of monitoring the hydrologic conditions. Our department's hydrologist spends a great deal of his time and energy monitoring surface, groundwater information in the Klamath Marsh area, and with the goal of having a better understanding of the potential impacts to surface and groundwater within the marsh, and correlating that to several potential factors, including increased groundwater diversions, change in the forest health, drought, etc. So, the intent of this particular proposal is to complement those additional the work that we're already doing, and link it to better understanding of the factors that are impacting the resources related to various land and water management practices.
Thanks.
If there are no further questions or comments, I entertain a motion to approve the vegetation and fish distribution mapping in Klamath Marsh, a project as presented. So we'd like to make that motion.
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Okay, Member Dumont, is there a second? Second by Member Palace. Okay, Secretary, please conduct the vote when you're ready. Thank you.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, the count will be 701.
Okay, great. Motion carries. Mark, thank you. Thanks, folks, for your great work for us up there.
Thank you.
All right. And Stan is going to lead us through the Fish and Wildlife Merkley Funds Fisheries Program. Thanks for joining us, Stan.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing this presentation. What we are requesting is approval to submit a proposal to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's being called the Klamath Tribes Fisheries Priorities. Fish and Wildlife Service gave it that title. It's actually more of base support for our Aquatics Department program. The source of the funds is the special Merkley appropriations, which are directed funding. So it's kind of a strange grant application process in which it's treated a little bit differently. The money is already there. It's already been allocated to the on paper to the Klamath Tribes, and we just have to go through the process of applying for the funds. The funds basically will be used for support of our department administrative positions. That's the director's position, office manager, admin assistant, and our lead for the water quality monitoring team. And the other major part of the funding is for overhead expenses such as telephone, gas, electricity, that sort of thing. And then basic office supplies. The reason we have to go in for a grant for base funding is that we don't have any base funding through OSG or BIAs. We never have. So we have to go out and get grants to just support our basic operations. We have 30, as of today, 31 grant funds, different grant funds that we operate with, but these are all project grant funds, the type of projects like Mark was just presenting. And they really don't allow for administrative staff and operational overheads. So that's one of our biggest needs, and Senator Merkley was able to help us fulfill that need, at least for the next year and a half.
Great. That sounds like a great opportunity. I hope it opens the door for and a precedent for future funding, base funding. Well, any questions in regards to what the funds are for? With that, I'd entertain a motion then to approve the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Fish and Wildlife Grant Management Assistance proposal, submitting that. Would somebody like to make that motion on the council? Okay, Member Lang. Okay, is there a second? Second, Member Dumont. Okay, Secretary, please conduct the vote when you're ready.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Looks like she stepped away.
I vote yes. What do you want me to do with that?
I guess maybe,
Just mark her out?
yeah, just mark her out. Are you there, Rose? She must have been distracted by family there. So, okay, yeah.
Okay, Chairman, with your abstention, it'll be 6-0-1. I'm gonna mark Rose's out.
Okay. So motion carries. Thank you very much. Stan, we really appreciate that. That's good news to have that base funding like that. That's wonderful.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Okay. Well, I know we have a 3 o'clock. It's only 6 minutes. Joseph, I don't know how much time you need for the CARES Fund project approvals. So, I mean, we can't take a little bit of a break or do what you can and then come back. Maybe let's do it that way.
No, it's all right. I'm ready.
Okay.
Let me
They're on. Well, there's 2 of them on. Not all 3 of them, not Julie.
Do you want to go or wait?
We're just waiting for Julie?
We're waiting for 2 other people, so
Okay.
Joseph might as well go.
Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
So in regards to some of the other assignments or additional assignments that I'm working on under the CARES funds for Tribal Council and in relation to serving our members, we have been facilitating the need for improving the broadband ability or service for our tribal members. A lot of you already know that there was a transition to distance learning or telework, and tribal nations, especially living in rural communities, experienced lacking in regards to the quality of service we have access to. So under Tribal Council, I am proposing a broadband service project under the CARES funds. And through the response and mitigation of the COVID-19 pandemic, social distancing requirements, tribal communities and rural communities incurred an increased impact in their ability to quickly transition to a distance learning model. The heightened awareness of this deficiency in our community was a call to action in regards to addressing the need for broadband infrastructure outbuild and the need to increase the quality of service those few who do have current internet service accounts. This broadband service project will focus on addressing the immediate provision of internet services to those members who do not currently have service or demonstrate a low quality of current service. The project manager, which would be me, and the project coordinator will work with the company Starlink to facilitate a direct billing contract that will provide tribal members the ability to initiate their personal accounts, ascertain the service, equipment, and satellite, which we have a quoted price of $499 for the equipment. And each head of household, I would assume, would be the tribal member. It would be their personal account. And the services are quoted at $99 a month. It is our goal to assist in increasing rural families in their ability to participate in distance education, work skill opportunities, employment opportunities, and tribal government informational releases or meetings. So in my math here, I did receive tribal council approval in regards to my operation budget. And in that budget, I proposed hiring a temporary coordinator to assist me in facilitating these projects. I would just like to start with an initial goal of assisting 500 households, ascertain the service and paying their monthly fees until December 31, 2021, after which tribal members will be responsible for continued service costs. Oh. So, in my math, 500 households times each equipment purchase, and then the monthly service fee from, hopefully I can get this up and going sometime in July, would come out to $497,000. I kind of want to get this allocated as we get closer to the deadline for CARES funds. I will be working on the job description to hire a temp coordinator. Hopefully I can meet with HR and, hire a temp as soon as possible. But they would be reaching out to tribal members who don't have service. And I still need to follow up with Starlink in regards to their ability to serve our community. But I'm asking for allocation and obligation of funds so that we have it set aside as this is a need in our community.
Okay, any questions or comments, folks?
I have a question, Chairman.
Yes.
So Joseph, I'm looking at the map at the back, and I just wasn't sure, is that where the area the satellite's going to cover, or what is that in a map of exactly?
Let me, so I can show the viewers as well. Sorry, give me 1 second. So based on our meetings with Starlink at this time, they are offering services in the Klamath Falls area, and they are launching satellites more and more frequently. And it was expressed to us that upon follow-up meetings, if the Klamath Tribes, comes forth under an account, which they're working with other tribes to provide similar services. This green section down here is called a cell. So these are 2 cells where their satellites currently provide services. So what I need to do in hopefully a meeting within the next week or two is figure out what the actual real life size of this cell is. Get one for Chiloquin, hopefully Oregon Shores. I know that people that live in Oregon Shores don't have internet at all. And then Sprague River or Beatty. We still need to get that issue worked out.
I was hoping that was what you were going to say. Thank you.
Yes, Member Powers?
And I'm sorry if we didn't already answer this, but thank you, Chairman and Joseph. And I'm echoing again. Is this going to be available for any tribal member living in a rural area? Does it have to be within our service area?
I don't want to limit it because I know the whole goal behind the services that we're providing is not having it site specific. But, you know, as we continue to see how feasible this project is, you know, we can look at and ascertaining the map from Starlink of the service areas they currently have. We could definitely expand the capabilities of this, but I just wanted to get the initial hit the ground running. And, you know, the next project would be coordinating with Hunter Communication to provide people with fiber optic connection. We're just kind of scraping the surface right now.
Okay, thank you. Because I was just thinking, I know we have tribal members like in, like a little further out, like Bly, Lakeview. I mean, even as far as Fort Biddle, and I don't know what other tribes are doing, but we also have some, you know, that are on the cusp of the, you know, Oregon, California border. And a lot of times they get left out too, because I think we have tribal members in Tule Lake and Merrill area as well. And I have no idea what the internet services like there, but it'd be nice to be able to really reach out to those families that need it. This is an awesome program. Thank you for really spearheading this.
Well, and one of the other things in following up with the line of conversation is that, you know, I also want the members who, you know, are in need of assistance in regards to the internet they have right now. I know that there is funding out there to help you pay your current utility bills and internet bills. And then under the American Rescue Plan, there's a huge push for tribes and rural communities to develop their ability to provide broadband services. So it will take coordinating, but, you know, since we have a deadline of December, I just want, you know, I want to get us started somewhere, and then if we find more funds, keep going.
Yes.
Yeah, Joseph, so how will you do the assessment? Will there be like a needs assessment locally to find out where the folks are and whether they have low quality internet or no internet, or how's that going to work?
So I think that, you know, it's not very difficult we can already tell where services are not provided, because that will be also something that Hunter Communications can give us. I know that CenturyLink is running a fiber optic line out here from here to Lakeview and down to Reno, I believe. But I would say that if they had internet, they wouldn't be calling us. And what I would like the coordinator to do is kind of work the media, mass media push for this program. Similar to providing the hotspots to tribal members. We know that we provided a bunch of home computers and laptops to tribal members and hotspots. We're reaching the point where those hotspots are no longer supported, or they need additional support. And we can ask the general manager if it's okay for education to give us the list of their recipients who receive those hotspots, and, you know, make contact with them and give other tribal members the opportunity to call us as well. So I just want to set up a database. And if anything, when we further meet with Starlink, if all we have to do is allocate funding, the tribal member contacts Starlink to sign up for the service and they provide it, then it will be a lot easier on us administratively.
Thank you.
Okay. So At this point, I see the folks from Senate Bill 13 committee are here today and joining. So I would entertain a motion to move forward with this if there are any significant questions or concerns. This is the Business and Government Continuity Referendum Project Allocation. That's a mouthful, but we know what it is. Thank you, Joseph, for this. So would somebody like to make that motion? Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm looking, didn't look, okay, broadband service project. Okay, I see.
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Okay, is there a second? Oh, Vice Chair, okay, I didn't see her. Vice Chair makes that second. Okay, Secretary, please conduct the vote when you're ready. Thank you.
Gail Hatcher,
E.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Willa Powless,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Abstain.
Rose Treetop,
Looks like she's still out.
and I vote yes as well, Chairman. With your abstention, it'll be 6-0-2.
Okay, so the motion carries. Thanks very much, Joseph. Really appreciate that. Is there something else we're coming back to after this? Okay, so we'll go to the SB 13 committee.
They don't have a chair.
Okay.
I think, well, maybe Abby is.
Abby, no, well, I'll turn it over to you folks, whoever wants to lead this, whoever's most comfortable and prepared.
All right. Can you guys hear me? I'm having problems with my internet.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
You look blurry, but we can hear you.
So I just wanted to thank you, Chairman Gentry, and members of the Tribal Council. So what we wanted to do today is just provide an update to Tribal Council and any membership that's viewing. We wanted to let you guys know what our committee has been doing and projects that we have going on. And what we're going to do is provide you guys an overview of the lessons that we have developed. And if we can share the screen. We'll just go through it with you. So this, the ad hoc advisory Senate Bill 13 committee, we were formally appointed by the tribal chairman in February of 2021. My name is Jennifer Jackson. I'm a Senate Bill 13 member. I also work for the Klamath Tribes at the Early Childhood Development Center. I'm currently I'm a senior at Southern Oregon University right now. I'm studying to get my interdisciplinary studies degree in early childhood and business. And then I'm just going to pass it off to the other members to introduce themselves.
I'm Amanda Page, and I'm a member of the SB 13 committee. My background is I work as a critical care flight paramedic, but I teach adult education in critical care medicine, and I've written curriculum for them. So when this project came up, it's not my specialty. I don't necessarily know a ton about elementary education, but I am learning quickly. And so I was more than excited to contribute my time. I think it's probably the most worthwhile project I've done in my career, and I'm very excited about it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Gabrielle Hall. I usually go by Abby. I want to thank you for letting us be here today. I was born and raised in Chiloquin. I attended OSU where I got a master's in ethnic studies. And then I went back after 13 years and got a master's of arts in teaching. I currently teach high school history as well as CTE, and then I teach ethnic studies and native studies at COCC. And my goal in teaching ethnic studies is to bring a broader perspective to history. And my focus in my classes is to have people tell their own history, not to have it through a lens of somebody else. And so when we got the opportunity to be part of this committee and write history from the perspective of the Klamath people and what they say and their truth, it was an opportunity that none of us wanted to pass up. And it has been extremely meaningful work. It has been very hard work, but the rewards are paying out. And I want to thank everybody who has helped and supported us and just given us the privilege and the honor to be a part of this project.
Thank you, Abby.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Biddles, the Education and Employment Department Director, and it's been a privilege and honor to work on this project for the last 4 years as we've changed committee members and tribal councils. The end goal is being met. It's writing the place-based accurate history for our school system, and both the school districts are very, very well receptive of all the Senate Bill 13 professional development trainings they've been able to attend to, and it's just that coordinated work and that effort is providing some true success. So I'll turn it back over to either Jennifer and or to Abby. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
So the purpose of our committee, we're operating under an intergovernmental agreement. So the purpose of our committee, we were tasked to develop 5 educational lesson plans. Those are for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 11th. And like Abby said, and Julie mentioned, these are lessons that are specific to the Klamath tribes, and it's from their perspective. So Julie had mentioned that this Senate Bill 13 curriculum has been in place for quite a while. The process that we took is, as part of the education committee, we got some tribal member input back in 2020. And then after our committee was formed in 2021, this year in February, we completed a survey. We interviewed tribal youth. That was completed by Will Hess and a former member of our Senate Bill 13 committee, Stacy Parrish. And then from that survey, Clay actually took our topics and took it to the elders committee for them to review, and they approved our lesson plan topics. And then we've also had interviews with the tribal biologist, Alex, and the tribal rights specialist, Brad Parrish. So that was sort of our process of gathering information and developing our topics for these lessons. So I just wanted to provide an overview to tribal council of what our topics or what our lesson plans were. So these were developed mostly by Abby and Mandy. They were reviewed by several teachers and committee members, and then tribal staff and tribal committees have also worked on them. I do want to point out 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, they're all science-based lessons, and the lessons are differentiated for the different age levels. So you'll see some overlap within those lessons. So our 1st grade lesson is on Chwam and Koptu, and the lessons on the historic, ecological, and cultural importance of the Chwam and Koptu fish of the Klamath Basin. And these are our lessons. So we're going to introduce the Chwam and the Koptu, and then there's going to be a survival strategy. And then we're going to introduce the creation story and the Chwam ceremony. And then our 2nd grade just continues on with the Chwam and Koptu, and it's going to be a lesson on the habitat changes that led to the endangered species status of the Chwam and Koptu fish and why that matters. So our lessons are going to be on biodiversity, changes in the Klamath Basin, and again, the Chwam creation story and the ceremony, and then action to be taken in the Klamath Basin. 3rd grade is also science, and it continues on that. It's on the Chwam and Koptu again. These lessons are going to be on the life cycles of the Chwam and Koptu fish of the Klamath Basin and what an incomplete cycle means. So lessons for this grade level are going to be the life cycles of fish and other animals, changes in the environment, and the problems of the unhealthy lake. So for our 6th grade lessons, we're going to be focusing on termination and restoration. And we're going to be reviewing both the short-term and long-term impacts of the termination and restoration on the tribe as a political entity and within the context of individual and community. The objectives for these lessons are understanding the process of termination of the Klamath tribes, reviewing oral stories of the Klamath tribal members and how termination impacted them, analyzing information to tribal members when they had to decide whether to withdraw or remain part of a private trust, and describing impacts of termination and restoration on the Klamath tribes. And Abby and Mandy, jump in on any time if I'm messing these lessons up. So 11th grade, we're going to be focusing on Klamath tribes in the boarding school experience. So we want to explore the history of the boarding school system at both the national and state level. And we also want to address the experiences of Klamath tribal members who attended boarding schools. Some of the focus will be on building an understanding of the historical concepts related to boarding schools and an empathic understanding of the experience of forced assimilation. So the objectives of these lessons are understanding the legislative history related to the Dawes Act and boarding schools, examining the impact of boarding schools, reflecting on the impacts of forced assimilation, and reflecting on the aspects of the boarding school experience through simulations and reflections. So some other projects that we have going on that are supplemental to this curriculum that we worked on. We contracted with a production company out of Bend, Oregon to film oral stories of elders. There was a letter that was sent out to elders requesting historical knowledge. That was sent out on 6/18. And what it's basically asking for is input on certain topics from elders. And elders are either able to submit written comments or participate in the video production. Abby is working on trying to compile a list of all the Klamath tribal members that attended boarding school. When we began researching the lesson on the boarding schools, Abby found out that there's not a lot of history that can be found related specifically to Klamath tribal members. So Abby took on the task of trying to compile a list of all the Klamath tribal members that have attended boarding schools. I listed some future projects that may or may not happen. There are art panels for the 1st and 2nd grade lessons, and then additional videos for the 1st and 2nd grade lessons. So the letter that was sent out, there's several specific topics that we were requesting input about. They're listed here. They're traditional foods and resources, historical trauma and healing, termination and restoration, tribal government, and boarding schools. But we would also welcome any knowledge related to the Klamath tribes that anyone would like to share. And this is just the contact information. If anybody would like to submit information related to a tribal member who attended boarding schools, you can contact Abby Hall, and I've listed her email address. And then for any elders who would like to participate in filming or submitting comments, that's the contact information for our volunteer that we have that's fielding those phone calls. And if that's my presentation, sorry I spoke so fast. And if anybody else would like to add anything, they're more than welcome to. Oh, I'll stop sharing.
I understood every word. It's exciting to see what's going on. I really appreciate that, Jennifer. Good presentation so far. It didn't go too fast for me. I don't know about others, but Yeah, that's really exciting to see what's happening. You know, it's really blesses me to think about it. Look forward to actually seeing the curriculum. And, you know, we really thank you for your hard work. I know a lot of stress. I know you guys got other things going on, and taking this on is just a wonderful thing. Thank you so much for taking that task on and helping us get to this point. And I know we'll have more to go down the road here for sure. But so much appreciate the great work. And yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in and say that I've had opportunity to watch and participate some in these committee meetings and to see firsthand the tremendous amount of work that they're doing, often after their long work days, and the kinds of sacrifices around family time that they're making. It's just been an amazing thing to watch. So complete dedication to the Klamath tribes, to our future, to our history. And I just can't say enough about the committee. And you know, Julie's been wonderful as well, working with them and handling the administrative side of things with the Oregon Department of Education. And I just wish all of my tribal council life was like what it has been with this committee. So I just want to say thank you. It's wonderful to see, and I'm really excited about the progress.
Yes, Abby, did you have something to say?
I just want to get the word out about the videos. We talked to Louise, and we have gotten more feedback from our elders than we anticipated. And they are excited, and them being excited makes us excited. We truly do feel that they are the strength and the keepers of our knowledge. And so if somebody you know wants to participate, or if you want to participate and you didn't get a letter, please spread that information. And I know compiling the list of boarding school members is going to be a grassroots thing, because there's not a database I can go to find that. And so again, we're so excited to see the enthusiastic response from the elders, and they are ready to talk. Can I have more than an hour? And they're just super excited to speak their truth and share what they know, and know that they have people who will be respectful and listen. And their enthusiasm gives us enthusiasm. And so again, please just spread the news. We're trying to arrange them right now for July 15th, 16th, and 17th. And Louise is fielding those phone calls. And again, if you have family members, shoot me an email. The more information you can give me, the more I can put in. One of the things we want to do is at the end of our video is run like credits, the names of our members who have gone to boarding schools. Because I don't think, you know, we all have the 1 or 2 family members, but when you see it in its totality, it is impactful. And so we need your help. We kind of need all hands on deck to gather the information and to make sure that we honor our elders in coming and doing this interview. So please, if you know somebody that didn't get a letter but wants to come, we want to hear what people have to say. And thank you guys for your support. And I want to thank the education coordinator as well, and Secretary Frost, Mr. Dumont, and Gail. They've all been there, and it's been a long haul, and we can't thank you guys enough for your support.
Thank you. Member Palace.
I love her plan. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Willa, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the committee. I'm really also impressed with the work you guys have done. And since I've came onto council, I've been thoroughly impressed with all the work the Education Committee has done, and especially with SB 13. I know when we talk about boarding school, it can become a little traumatic. And I know many of you know that just this week on Tuesday, Secretary Deb Haaland announced the federal boarding school initiative that they're going to be looking into. So I think it's important that we collectively as a tribe try to gather as much history as we can. As a history buff myself, I've done a little bit of research into boarding schools and looked at some of the stuff I've come across. I know like in 1927, one of the buildings on the Klamath Agency was burnt down, and I believe it was burnt down by some of the students who didn't want to be there. And at that time, they had shipped people off to the Phoenix Indian School in Phoenix, Arizona, and down to Sherman and Riverside and to Chemawa. So I know a lot of our people were sent to those schools, and I don't know how we can obtain those records, but I'm pretty sure all of us have grandparents that were at either St. Mary's or Chemawa or Stewart, one of the local schools, but we had people go as far, and we also had a death at a school. I think it was up in Montana, and I'll try to get that information to Abby, but that's something I wanted to look into, like doing some of the work I do on missing and murdered Indigenous women is looking at those deaths that did take place. And of course, because it was something that happened at a boarding school, and I don't want to say the name live stream, but the girl had fell into an elevator shaft, and they deemed that it was an accident, you know, and we hear these stories all the time, just like when they found these burials up in Canada and the true history. So I know this work is traumatic, and I applaud you all for really looking at this without, you know, getting to, I know it's like really heartfelt work. But I guess what I'm saying is I really want to see us, as Secretary Holland moves forward with this initiative, is to compile our own history and look at those other things that happened, the really traumatic things that happened, and have that part of our history that our people can go to and look at. And so thank you for the work. And I really enjoy the curriculum that I've seen, the components I've seen. And I like that we are introducing the TWAM to the students. A lot of our own tribal members don't even know a lot of the history about the TWAM either. And that's not as traumatic as the boarding school, but it's good history to know. I'm a big history person and love history, so I'm excited to see this. Thank you.
Member Lane?
Yeah, Willa pointed out almost, she's, not that I had thunder, but she stole pretty much all of it. I did want to say, you know, I was in the SB 13 committee meeting early on this year when, before this exact committee was formed, and it just seems like it was yesterday. And to be quite honest, I'm astonished on the amount of work that you guys have done in the short period of time. I haven't been on council a long time, but it's got to be the most amount of work that anyone's gotten done that I've witnessed in such a short period of time. So applaud to all you guys, everyone that's been involved. And wow, that's really kind of all I can say, other than, you know, I just wanted to say with the recent findings in Canada and talking about boarding schools, this really reinforces the historical trauma that all of our elders went through. And it's a reminder, and it's sad for a lot of our elders that are kind of reliving that, and they're reading all the articles that are coming out now, and all the you know, the First Nations tribal members across the US that are talking about this. And it's awful that they're kind of reliving it, but it's great that the rest of the nation gets to see that it's coming out, and they've turned a blind eye to this. And it's realistic. It's everything that people said it was, and even worse. So this is neat to see out there. And I loved Abby's pun that maybe I'm the only one that picked up on. It was a long haul, so to speak, being that all the halls seem to be involved. So good for you guys. Your family's definitely taking it serious. That's pretty awesome. I also love the picture that you guys used that's taken on my family's property, and I just seen the original about 2 months ago. Story behind that, everyone is standing there. There's actually a horse just upriver on the left that they were all trying to get out of the mud. I don't know if anyone knows the history behind that, but my grandpa showed me that picture, and like I said, I just recently seen the original in the past 2 months. So I love seeing that picture. It's used often. So excellent job to you guys. I'm just astonished.
I just, I don't know if there was contact made at Chemawa. I remember about quite early, about 2010 or 2010 or 2011, there was some kind of activity around the grave site up there. And I remember that there was note that Klamath tribal members were in the actual grave sites up there. They may have had names, but and I'm not sure who to contact, but I just recall that they had some kind of a ceremony up there, and they acknowledged that there were some Klamath tribal graves up there, just to note.
I actually spoke with the lady who was in charge of the grave at Chemawa, and there are 10 Klamath and 1 Modoc. that are interned there, and they did want me to bring that to tribal council. But I wanted to do it justice. And there was numerous students that died, and the families immediately went and got those bodies at their own expense. And so I want to give you the exact history from the letters to show how important it was to the Klamath people at the time of those deaths. So it gives context to whether we should get the bodies now. And I also have spoke with the historian Eva Guzman, who is writing a book regarding the Forest Grove Indian School and Chamawa. But that is something that the active historians I talked to wanted me to present to tribal council, but I want to do it justice and explain why it was important in 1856 and why maybe we should consider that when we take that under consideration. But thank you, Chairman Gentry, and I will get you that information as soon as I can.
Oh, thank you. Well, again, yes, Vice Chair.
I just wanted to say quickly that how I truly admire the enthusiasm and the dedication of this this committee. Just everything they've been putting into this, as Clay had said, on top of their personal lives, their home lives and their work lives. You know, that's the type of work that we need to keep our tribe moving forward and accomplishing, you know, all the things that we need within our education system or our social services programs, all of our departments. It's been an honor watching them and working alongside them. And I just want to thank all of you.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again. Really so much appreciated. Hope folks have their good rest of the day and weekend coming up. So blessings to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joseph, I guess we'll revisit the remaining items there. That was so cool.
Okay, last one. So as tribal council is aware, I believe it was May, it was requested that I develop a electronic meeting standard operating procedure in order for us to continue to hold general council meetings or even start holding general council meetings. We did our best over the last couple of months to throw meetings together with social distancing guidance in mind. And I think, you know, we've received a lot of calls from tribal members in relation to holding the meetings over Zoom. I know it was something that was mentioned by tribal council in 2020 when we sent out the technology for them to participate. And the primary determining factor is we do need to have general council buy-in when it comes to establishing they establish their own standard operating procedures and policies. So since there's been multiple meetings in presenting the opportunity to general council, and then we were unable to establish a quorum at the most recent general council meeting, it was recommended by council members that we move towards sending out this item as a referendum. This will, and I'll just read what we had put in a little bit of the document. On March 16th, 2020, the Klamath Tribes tribal government declared a state of emergency in response to the coronavirus pandemic known as COVID-19. Throughout the mitigation of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Klamath Tribes tribal nation has taken action by creating measures that protect the lives and health of our citizens and staff. experienced economic fallout, social program curtailing, and done our best to transition into this new evolution of change in how our community interacts and operates. I think I spelled that wrong, but the Klamath Tribes tribal government is a nation governed by its people, and with the continued inability to facilitate large group gatherings, we've struggled with certain components of business continuity that requires the approval of our primary governing body. Over the past few months, we've held socially distanced meetings via electronic means, and in most cases failed to reach a quorum due to the high-risk atmosphere our primary governing body resides in, which I want to express that I did receive calls, since we started doing the RSVP. A lot of people have been communicating with us that they think they're RSVPing to get the link to the meeting, or then when they find out we're doing in-person meetings, they no longer want to attend because of their concerns. With respect to the continued need to take precaution and the sake of business continuity in this new world of change, we request funds to send the General Counsel electronic meeting policy and standard operating procedure out for referendum vote, to also include the drafted ordinances, general welfare, workmen's compensation, and domestic violence ordinance. This project will garner and provide all voting enrolled tribal members an opportunity to participate in the decision-making process of our tribal government, with special recognition to the General Counsel electronic meeting policy and SOP being a benefit to all voting tribal members, a chance for everyone everywhere to participate in their tribal government.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, Secretary.
And this is the suggested amount from the election clerk?
Yeah, I kind of just sent it after we had General Counsel this weekend. I had contacted Kathy because I know that her and Jana are on the election committee, and I just wanted to get an idea of what I should be asking for. Really, sending out items for referendum depends on the weight of the item when you're doing a mail out. So it might be a little bit higher because we have, 3 ordinances put together. So I believe if the expenditure seems and the project seems approvable to tribal council, I would like to, come back later and let you know what the final amount would be. But we need to get the other process of submitting a contract or contacting the vendor to get final numbers. Because I also believe one component of sending out a referendum is you have your election committee convene, and that means I believe they might have stipends in regards to their meetings. I believe that it's an allowable expenditure to provide those stipends out of CARES funds because this is COVID-19 mitigated related activity.
And then my only other question is, will we be able to, during the time that this is out, there may be questions from membership on maybe some of the ordinances.
To help reduce plastic waste in our environment, America's beverage companies
are carefully designing our bottles
to be 100% recyclable.
That means every bottle that's recycled can be turned into material we use to make new bottles. Please help us get every bottle back.
Britney Spears isn't shy about sharing with her fans on Instagram. Before the first time, the world may hear from Britney regarding her court-ordered conservatorship in a hearing on Wednesday. Brittany has yet to address the court since her court-ordered attorney filed to suspend her father, Jamie Spears,
you, Chairman,
as
and
the
thank you again, Joseph.
conservator
I
of her
just,
$60 million
I'm pretty
estate
sure a
last
couple
year.
of these ordinances need to be approved before the end of
The singer's
December. Am I
father
correct on
has
that?
been overseeing her finances
Because
since the
they're-
conservatorship began in
101
2008, following a
is-
series
was
of health
funded
issues
by
that played out
The
publicly.
development of it was funded by,
The highly anticipated hearing
dollars,
has fans and
and I know
reporters
the general welfare
clamoring for a
ordinance
seat in the
for it
courtroom.
to
Although
apply
Spears
to
is expected to
the
appear
emergency
virtually,
payments we
the
sent
Los
out also
Angeles
needs to
County
be approved
Superior
right
Court
away. So
has
that's my
already
concern is what
issued
the
a
timeframe
press
would
release
be. And,
stating that they are
I
going to
would've
have
liked to
an
have-
overflow
that we could have done
courtroom.
it in a
Everyone
meeting,
is
but I do
wondering
like
what
the
Brittany might say,
fact
and
that a referendum
conservatorship
vote,
attorney Lisa McCarley,
gives
who does
more
not
input from
work on
more tribal
Brittany's case,
members
has
an
been vocal
opportunity to
about the
vote.
court
And
having
I
had
know this is
appointed
probably isn't gonna be
Samuel
a
Ingham
popular
as her
opinion, but
attorney.
I
There
would
is
like
no
the election
legitimate
committee to
reason why
explore,
Britney
you know, the
Spears
possibility of
was
sending some of the
deprived of
stuff
an
out like
attorney
via
of
flash
her
drive,
own
like instead of
choice.
mailing
What
a
I'm
huge packet of
hoping
trees out
that
to
she will
everybody. We
say
could
is,
mail
and
flash
all
drives,
she
but I know
really
not,
needs
not
to
everybody
say
has,
is,
you know, the
I
ability
want
to
to
use a
hire an
flash drive. But I
attorney
think
of
at some
my own
point we should start
choice
looking at
to
different
talk
options like
about
that.
my options.
And, you know,
That is
really,
something that they
you know,
have
if we're environmental stewards, we
steadfastly
shouldn't be wasting so much
refused
paper. That's
to
one thing
allow
that
her to
always bothers
do.
me with our
Spears'
referendum votes, and
attorney had
especially
no
during
comment,
elections, when we
citing
send out those
pending
huge packets of
litigation.
paper, and
CNN has also reached
just
out
not
to
something
two
I,
judges who have
am
issued
fond of.
rulings on this case
But
over
other
the
than
years.
that, I don't,
Both
I
declined to
support
comment to
sending it
CNN.
out and just making sure
Members
that
of
we
the
can
Free
get it turned
Britney
around in a quick
movement plan to
timeframe. So maybe,
demonstrate outside of the courthouse.
I guess probably have to go back to the election committee and see
They
what
want the
their-
Gimme
their
More
thoughts
singer
are on it.
released from the
But I think they could
conservatorship.
approve it
But
today
they
with
say this
the
is bigger than
intention
Brittany
of going
and
through
want an
the committee.
overhaul of a system that they believe has widespread potential for corruption.
We know that conservatorship abuse is
So,
much bigger than just
any
Britney
other
Spears.
questions
And that's
or
what this has
comments
evolved
about this?
into.
It
Of course,
seems
this movement
like,
started because we're Britney fans, a lot of us.
I'm hearing
It has
more
evolved
support for going
into a
out for
global movement
referendum.
now.
I
There are
entertain a
activists and
motion to
advocates
do
from
so
across
if
the
somebody's
globe,
inclined with,
some of whom are
whatever
not Britney
condition
fans,
that,
who are family
we
members or victims
included.
themselves of conservatorship abuse.
Would somebody
So
like
this
to
is
make
much
a
bigger
motion
than
to
just
that
Britney.
effect?
As for an end in sight, this legal battle is far from over, with another hearing scheduled for
Need a second,
mid-July.
Okay.
It feels like the entire world is watching to
is there any
see
condition that
what
we
will
need to
Britney
do?
Spears
Just
say
move forward
during
and
the
then
hearing.
and
We
go
have
from
no
there.
idea if this hearing is going to end up being closed
I think
because
some
she
other
might
stuff is
talk about
process
some
stuff
very
that we can
sensitive
kinda
subjects
work
that
out before we
require
send it
the
out. So
judge to
maybe
actually
if there's
clear
anything
the
more
courtroom. Also, many people wondering, will Britney ever take the stage again to perform? Well, she just posted a video on Instagram the other day saying that she doesn't know. She's still taking time
we
for
have a motion by
herself.
member
So in the
Ellis,
meantime, all we can do
Member
is
Dumont
sit
to
back,
move forward,
wait,
for
and
referendum
watch.
to approve the electronic, our virtual meeting procedures.
To help reduce plastic waste in our environment, America's beverage companies
Are carefully designing our bottles
to be 100% recyclable.
That means every bottle that's recycled can be turned into material we use to make new bottles. Please help us get every bottle back.
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Paula Powlis,
Yes.
Jesse Nakata,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
I vote yes. Chairman. Your abstention, 801.
We're done. I think we're all done. It's been a long day. I'm glad we got through the agenda. That's nice. Well, I entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
More weight on your front foot.
When the
wheels hit the wall.
We had 9 seconds. So the motion.
Oh!
Look at that! All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? None opposed, with my extension, motion carries. I'd be really surprised if I heard somebody say they oppose. So thanks, everybody, for the hard work today and sticking it out and all the prep work for this. Joseph, we really appreciate all that you're doing for us to help us navigate all these things we need to be considering with the funds coming to us. So good work today, council. Appreciate it.